Chapter 17-18. Ghost Han Laojiu continued. When Ling Xiao fought with Sun Wushuang, he was obviously only at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, when he fought with Sun Yuanji, he unleashed the power of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. It seems like he did hide his cultivation level. However, is it possible for him to kill a martial artist at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm when he's only at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm? Water Shinsi frowned. He was not the only one. The others also found it unbelievable. This was why little demonic beast Sun was unwilling to believe that Ling Xiao had killed Sun Yuanji. If it was an ordinary martial artist at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, a genius could challenge someone who was 1 level higher or even 2 levels higher. However, Sun Yuanji was not an ordinary martial artist. He was a genius martial artist. The black and white mystic jade martial soul combined with the yin-yang wheel technique was extremely powerful. However, Ling Xiao had managed to kill someone who was 3 levels higher than him. Was it possible? Lu Lian, come out now. Otherwise, we'll destroy your Lu family today. Little demonic beast Sun suddenly shouted toward the house. He needed a truth. Perhaps Lu Lian could tell him the truth. This was because Lu Lian was not good at lying. Even if she was lying, she would be able to tell at a glance. The others also hoped that Lu Lian could come out and explain, so they did not stop her. After a while, Lu Lian, who was wearing a pink dress, slowly walked into the courtyard. She glanced at the crowd calmly and smiled. I, Lu Lian, am really honored. I didn't expect the 7 small saints of Tianhai to be here. Hee, you've really recovered. Your cultivation level seems to have recovered too. Interesting, interesting. Xiao Budian was the first to fly to Lu Lian's side. After observing her for a while, he clapped his hands and laughed. That's right. I've recovered. It's all thanks to Brother Ling, Lu Lian said calmly. In fact, she was a few years older than Ling Xiao. She called Ling Xiao Brother Ling, out of affection. It had nothing to do with age. Let me ask you, were Sun Wuji, Sun Wushuang, and Sun Yuanji killed by Ling Xiao? Little demonic beast Sun did not care about Lu Lian's health. He was more concerned about his revenge. Are you questioning me? Lu Lian coldly looked at little devil beast Sun and asked. That's right, I am questioning you. So what? Little devil beast Sun Xiao released a barbaric aura from all over his body, covering the sky and covering the earth as he rolled towards Lu Lian. This clearly meant that if you don't cooperate with me, I'll kill you. Nothing. It's just that the Lu family doesn't welcome people like you. Get lost. Lu Lian's pupil shrank as she raised her right hand. A terrifying force broke through the air. This power broke through the breath released by Sun Little Magic Beast and then directly hit Sun Little Magic Beast, sending him flying out of the Lu family's house. What? The 7 small saints were shocked when they saw this. Although this attack was largely due to Little Magic Beast Sun not being able to guard against it, it was still obvious that Lu Lian's strength was stronger than Little Magic Beast Sun's. Huh. Interesting. This girl's cultivation has actually recovered to the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Xiao Budian said excitedly. This Ling Xiao, I really plan to meet him. I also want to meet him. Little devil beast Sun gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. He had no intention of fighting back. As a martial artist and a genius martial artist at that, he knew that he was no match for Lu Lian with this attack alone. If he fought back forcefully, he would only embarrass himself in the end. After all, there was a huge gap between a 9th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist and a 10th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. He was a genius, but so was Lu Lian. Therefore, he did not even dare to think about challenging someone of a higher level. If you want to find Brother Ling, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be stupid. You're no match for him. Lu Lian said nonchalantly. Is his cultivation level the same as yours? Little devil beast Sun asked with a frown. No, his cultivation level is only at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. I can confirm this. Lu Lian said nonchalantly. Lu Lian, are you insulting me? Although I'm no match for you, and it doesn't matter if I'm kicked out of the 7 small saints, you're saying that I can't even defeat a 5th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist? Little devil beast Sun was furious. Since you don't believe me, you can try. I just don't want the 4 geniuses of the Sun family to die in the hands of one person. It's fine if you don't believe me. Lu Lian's tone was cold, but she was actually worried about Ling Xiao. After all, even she felt that it would be difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat Little Devil Bee Sun, who was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm with his 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm cultivation level. The gap between their cultivation levels was too big. Although cultivation level was not the only factor to measure combat power, it was impossible for the gap to be so big. Unfortunately, Little Devil Bee Sun did not buy it. He was a child raised by a demon beast, so he naturally had the ferocity and craziness of a wild beast. Humph, I don't believe it. If I, Little Devil Bee Sun, can't even defeat a 5th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, then I'll automatically be kicked out of the 7 small saints and give you my position. Little Devil Bee Sun coldly snorted. He then turned around and left. Lulian, I will bring Ling Xiao's head to my 3 brothers. Everyone, we shouldn't miss out on such a good show, right? Wang Xiang smiled. He gently stepped on the ground, and his body soared into the sky. He then chased after Sun Xiao Magic Beast toward the hero's pavilion. Changxi and Zhu Nin also followed. Ghost Hand Old Jiao and Xiao Budian also followed. Water God Sun disappeared from the spot and turned into a blue light. He also headed towards the outstanding building. No, I have to go and take a look too. If Brother Ling is in danger, I might be able to help. Although Lu Lian believed in Ling Xiao, she was also worried about Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation level was not as powerful as she imagined. Little Devil Beast Sun's attack was really worrisome. Anyway, the Lu family was not in any danger, so she did not have to stay at home. Thinking of this, she also tore through the air at an extremely fast speed. She instantly caught up with the few people in front of her. Among the 7 small saints, Water God Sun's cultivation level was the highest. He was only at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Lu Lian's cultivation level was similar to Water God Sun's. Naturally, she was stronger than the 7 small saints. This was also why some people said that if Lu Lian was not poisoned, she might even become one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai. Outstanding building. Not long after the massacre, several figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. Then, they directly landed in the courtyard. This scene alarmed a large number of martial candidates in the outstanding building. The 7 small saints are all here? Everyone looked at these 7 people in surprise. They were a little surprised. Where do the martial artists of the Heavenly Empire stay? Little Devil Beast Sun asked directly. These people had special privileges and did not need to stay in the outstanding building. Therefore, they were not very clear about the situation in the outstanding building. Over there, someone pointed in a direction. It was a very elegant courtyard within the Tower of Heroes. Such a courtyard is actually for the martial artists of the rebel country to stay in. What a bunch of trash. Little Devil Beast Sun snorted coldly. He was even more unhappy. Chapter 17-19. There were only 2 courtyards in the Tower of Heroes. In the past, those who lived there were all powerful candidates from the Tianhai Empire. Who would have thought that one of the courtyards would be occupied by the cannon fodder from the Dragon Phoenix continent? He broke through the air, and the others followed. Little Devil Beast Sun directly stepped onto the roof of the courtyard and shouted, "Ling Xiao, get out here! Get out here! Get out here!" The terrifying roar was like thunder that continuously rumbled into the courtyard. A moment later, several figures rose into the air and stood on the roof. Dan Feng, Long Qin, Feng Minglian, Mo Yu, and Zhu Xiaozong were all there. The leader, Dan Feng, looked very ordinary. However, under this ordinary appearance, there was an aura that made people not dare to underestimate him. Long Chun looked even more ferocious. He stood there like an ancient dragon, breathing in and out an aura that made people feel stifled. Feng Minglian was an outstanding beauty, and her cultivation was extraordinary. Her icy aura spread out, causing many martial artists to feel a chill run down their spines. Only Mo Yu and Zhu Xiaozong were slightly weaker, but they didn't show any weakness. "Who are you? You dare to barge into the Tower of Heroes and disturb our rest?" Zhu Xiaozong looked coldly at Little Devil Beast Sunday. His expression wasn't very good. When they came up, they clearly felt that something was wrong with Cold Plum, who was cultivating. She was affected by that voice. "I am Little Devil Beast Sun of the Tianhai Sacred Academy, one of the 7 small saints of Tianhai. Which one of you is Ling Xiao? Little Devil Beast's son asked coldly. He didn't care about Zhu Xiaocong's question at all because he didn't put anyone here in his eyes. Little Devil Beast's son? I've heard of you, but my celestial emperor is in seclusion and is not suitable to receive guests. Please go back. Danfeng said indifferently. Even an idiot could see that these people were here to cause trouble. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were in seclusion. Danfeng definitely wouldn't allow these people to disturb them. Today, he has to see me whether he wants to or not. Little Devil Beast's son didn't give Danfeng any face at all. He rushed into the house and roared again, Ling Xiao, get the hell out of here. His voice contained a terrifying amount of internal energy, causing the house to shake continuously. However, right at that moment, Long Chun suddenly opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. Their voices collided with each other in the air and then exploded. The walls of the courtyard collapsed and the door was destroyed, but the sound did not affect Ling Xiao and Cold Plum who were inside the house. Dragon roar? Are you the descendant of the legendary golden dragon of the Celestial Dynasty Empire? Little Devil Beast's son was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there would be someone here who could block his roar technique. That's right, it's me, Long Chun said loudly. It's not easy for the descendants of the golden dragon to survive. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, all of you will die today. Son Little Devil coldly said. Die? Long Chun curled his lips and said, there are many people who want us to die. Just a quarter of an hour ago, there were more than a dozen corpses lying here. Why don't you try lying down as well? Arrogant. Don't think that you're invincible just because you're from the Dragon Clan. You're just thick-skinned. Your cultivation is too weak. You're no match for me. Little Devil Beast's son coldly snorted. I didn't say that I'm invincible. At least in our Celestial Dynasty Empire, there are many people who are stronger than me. But you? Aren't you being too arrogant? Even if my brother Ling doesn't make a move, do you really think that you can do whatever you want? Long Chun disdainfully said. Why don't we exchange blows first? Long Chun, you're no match for him. Let me do it. Danfeng secretly transmitted his voice. He could tell that Little Devil Beast's son's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Not to mention Long Chun, even Ling Xiao might not be his match. Among the martial artists in the Celestial Dynasty Empire, only he had the strength to fight with Little Devil Beast's Sunday brother Danfeng. I know that I'm no match for him, but since someone is looking for trouble, I don't want to retreat. There were 2 reasons why Long Chun wanted to exchange blows with Little Devil Beast's Sunday. Firstly, the Golden Dragon's body was extremely strong. The chances of him being heavily injured or dying were not high. Secondly, he was anxious. After coming to the Celestial Sea Empire, he had seen many powerful martial artists. He could not help but want to increase his strength. The potential of the Golden Dragon in his body could only be stimulated in battle. Little Devil Beast's son was definitely a good opponent. Even if he could not win, he still wanted to fight. Fine, you go and try. I'll watch from the side. If you're in danger, I'll help. Danfeng thought about it and agreed. With him and Long Chin's powerful talent, it was impossible for him to die. He might as well give it a try. Thank you, Brother Danfeng. Long Chun had to listen to Danfeng. This was an order from Ling Xiao. So if Danfeng did not agree, he could not fight without permission. He took a step forward and looked at Little Devil Beast Sunday Kid. If you want to fight my brother Ling, you'll have to defeat me first. Otherwise, there's no way. You're courting death. Little Devil Beast's son looked at Long Chin coldly and took a step forward. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. At this moment, he was very angry. Long Chun was only in the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How dare he provoke him? This was too humiliating. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Long Chun was also a person who did not admit defeat. However, when facing Little Devil Beast's son, he immediately entered his human dragon form. He knew that he was no match for Little Devil Beast Sunday. In his human form, he might not even be able to withstand a single blow. Kill. Little Devil Beast's son raised his right hand, and a long staff appeared in his hand. He then smashed it toward Long Chun. Long Chun waved his dragon claws. He did not have any thoughts of retreating and directly faced the attack. Boom! In midair, there was an explosion. Long Chun was smashed into the ground by the staff. Bah! The difference in cultivation is too great. Looks like I have to go all out. Long Chun spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He looked up to the sky and roared. He directly entered his golden dragon form. Have a taste of my attack. He waved his huge claws toward Little Devil Beast Sunday. The long staff in Little Devil Beast Sun's hands instantly became huge. He did not dodge and directly face the attack. However, this time, he had underestimated Long Chin's golden dragon form. The terrifying power not only broke the long staff, but it also smashed Little Devil Beast Sun into the ground. Ah! A furious roar came from the ground. Little Devil Beast Sun's body soared into the sky. The beast blood in his body began to boil. His body rapidly changed. He turned into a huge white ape. You're just a white ape, aren't you? You're a real beast. Long Chun looked at the huge white ape in front of him and said in surprise. This was not the power of bloodline. It was a real white ape. The white ape had cultivated into a human form. This scene not only shocked Long Chun, but also the other 7 small saints who had always been on par with Little Devil Beast Sunday. They had thought that Sun Xiao was a human with a bloodline power. They hadn't expected that she was actually a demon beast through and through. Chapter 1720. Long Chun, come back. When Dan Feng saw Sun Little Demonic Beast transform into a white ape, he knew that the situation was bad. Sun Little Demonic Beast cultivation was much higher than Long Chin's. After transforming into a white ape, his combat strength increased exponentially. Long Chun was currently in a dangerous situation. Go back? If you can't win, do you want to retreat? Leave me with your life first. Sun Little Demonic Beast did not come here to spar with Ling Xiao. His 3 brothers had been killed by Ling Xiao. Today, he came here with great hatred. Now that he had transformed into a white ape, he wanted Long Chin's life. As he roared, he took a step forward and smashed his huge palm toward Long Chin. Long Chun saw that he could not retreat and decided not to. Facing Sun Little Demonic Beast, he did not show any weakness. He roared and pounced forward. The scene was too shocking. A huge white ape that was 7 to 8 meters tall was fighting with a huge golden dragon. The ground shook, and the surrounding candidates turned pale. Rumble, rumble, bam. After continuous collisions, the golden scales on the huge golden dragon fell off piece by piece. Blood dripped from the dragon. As expected, Long Chun was no match for Sun Little Demonic Beast. He was beaten up badly. However, a golden dragon was a golden dragon. Even with such a huge difference in cultivation, he was not defeated immediately. Instead, he was able to fight back. The white ape's face was also hit by a claw. There were obvious wounds on it. I'll tear you apart alive. Sun Little Demonic Beast roared furiously. He grabbed the golden dragon's head with both hands and wanted to tear it off. Golden Dragon Extinguish. At the critical moment, the golden dragon spat out a golden dragon extinguish. It was like a hot golden liquid. Although Sun Little Demonic Beast was unwilling, he could only retreat and dodge. When the scalding golden dragon extinguisher landed on the ground, it instantly burned a deep hole in the ground. Terrifying, as expected of the primordial dragon tribe. He's too strong. He's only at the 4th level of Yin Yang realm, but he managed to last more than 10 moves against Sun Little Demonic Beast, who is at the 9th level of Yin Yang realm. At this moment, even the rest of the 7 small saints could not help but praise Long Chun. He was really tenacious. So what if he's strong? He's still going to die. It's a pity that he's a living dragon. Wang Xiang said disdainfully. Is it a pity? It is said that the golden dragon's blood can be used to temper the body, and its scales can be used to refine magic treasures. Every piece of its body is a treasure. Changshi chuckled. Brother Sun, don't continue damaging his body. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with him if he dies. Zhunan shouted at Sun Little Devil. The surrounding crowd felt a chill run down their spines. The 4 ferocious beasts of the Heavenly Sea Academy were truly ferocious. They actually wanted to skin the other party alive. At this moment, Long Chen's vision was a little blurry. His opponent was too strong. He knew that he was no match for him. However, he was unwilling to admit defeat just like that. The potential of the golden dragon within his body began to erupt. After being sealed and suppressed for tens of thousands of years, a large amount of potential had been accumulated in their bodies. At the moment when he was about to die, he crazily surged out. Roar! A roar came from Long Chen's mouth. His damaged body began to heal at an accelerated rate. His aura was also constantly growing stronger. This guy actually made the right bet. Seeing this scene, Dan Feng was extremely shocked. On the verge of death, Long Chen actually began to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Brother Sun, quickly kill that guy. He's breaking through. Wang Xiang shouted. The golden dragon at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm was already so terrifying. If this guy was allowed to break through as well, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. The dragon tribe definitely could not be measured by ordinary martial artists. Sun Little Devil also noticed this. He did not care about having an unfair advantage. He was only here to kill. In a flash, his huge body leaped up. Then, he clenched his fists and smashed them towards Long Chen's head. Long Chen, who was in the midst of breaking through, did not react at all. Dan Feng sighed and finally prepared to make a move. At this moment, he had to make a move. Otherwise, Long Chen would really die. However, at this moment, Changshi suddenly darted out and blocked Dan Feng's path. Just as Dan Feng was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura surging into the clouds behind him. Then, a pitch-black figure flew out from the house. His face lit up with joy, and he stopped rushing over. Without a doubt, Ling Xiao had made a move. Moreover, for some reason, Ling Xiao was in a very bad mood. When he made a move, there was actually a powerful and violent aura. Scram! The pitiful Chong, she did not even see who flew out. He blocked Ling Xiao's path to save Long Chen. He only felt a terrifying aura coming towards him. It was filled with eeriness and coldness. Then, he was so frightened that he turned around and fled in a sorry state. But even so, he still suffered a punch to the back, causing him to be dizzy and seeing stars. His entire body directly fell to the ground like a dog eating feces, and his face was covered in blood. He was actually very lucky. Ling Xiao was in a hurry to save Long Chen and did not chase after him. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by Ling Xiao on the spot. Boom! White Ape's fists finally smashed down. However, the golden dragon had disappeared. His fists had struck the ground. The power of this punch was really huge. The entire ground was smashed open and almost flipped over. White Ape looked up. In midair, there was a person in snow-white clothes with a cold expression. His somewhat immature face revealed a cold, killing intent and anger. "You are Ling Xiao?" Sun Little Devil asked coldly. "You are Sun Little Devil?" Ling Xiao was in a bad mood. He had just cultivated in the room when a roar mixed with terrifying inner energy came from outside. Although he was not affected, Cold Plum was injured and unconscious. Although her condition was stable now, she needed the awakening pill to wake her up. The awakening pill was a mid-grade black-grade pill. Although Ling Xiao could refine it, the core ingredients were not easy to find. Now that Ji Luoyu was not by his side, he could only think of a way himself. He planned to go to the market to look at the situation and get some ingredients. However, he found that Long Chen was being beaten up and was in danger. In his rage, he saved Long Chen. However, Ling Xiao still maintained his calm in his rage. He had just broken through to the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. Although he had a chance of winning against Sun Little Devil, it was not high. It could only be considered a 50-50 chance. Hence, he did not block Sun Little Devil's attack. Instead, he chose to dodge. "That's right. I am Sun Little Devil. You are the one who killed my 3 brothers, right?" Sun Little Devil asked coldly. Facing Ling Xiao, he didn't rashly launch an attack. He still couldn't accept Ling Xiao's strange movement technique until now. It was like teleportation. He easily saved the person he wanted to kill. Sun Little Devil's eyes shone with a golden light. This should be some kind of eye technique. The light shone on Ling Xiao. Sun Little Devil was stunned. 4th level of the yin-yang realm? He heard that Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Chapter 1721. As expected, Water God Sun was right. This guy should be good at hiding his cultivation. Little demonic beast Sun pondered. Firstly, he didn't think Lu Lian would lie. Secondly, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defeat Sun Yuanji, who was at the 8th level of the Yin Yang realm. Therefore, he determined that Sun Yuanji was hiding his cultivation. Then, the two beams of golden light shot towards the others. Other than Danfeng, who couldn't see through their cultivation, the cultivation of the others was not worth mentioning. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. The Heavenly Empire was indeed a country born on the two backward continents. The cultivation of the martial artists couldn't be too strong. As for the 7 small saints, the weakest was at the 9th level of the Yin Yang realm. They wouldn't take these people seriously. Ling Xiao naturally knew what little demonic beast Sun was thinking. Actually, after coming to the Tianhai Empire, he recognized the reality. Other than him and Danfeng, who was at the 10th level of the Yin Yang realm, the other people from the Heavenly Empire couldn't compare to the martial artists from the Tianhai Empire. Reaching the second round was their limit. Because of this, he had been looking for ways to increase the cultivation of these people during this period of time. Ji Luoyu's departure was also for this matter. Of course, he also needed to continue to become stronger. There was no doubt about this. Everyone thought that the martial artists from the Heavenly Empire came here to be cannon fodder, but he wanted to stun them. Even the cannon fodder had to counterattack. "You're here for revenge?" Ling Xiao glanced at little demonic beast Sun and said, "I remember that when I left the Lu family, I asked someone to tell you not to think about revenge. Otherwise, the 4 rare young geniuses of the Sun family will all die." Huh. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Facing little demonic beast Sun, who had transformed into a white ape, and the 7 small saints of the Tianhai Empire, this guy was still so arrogant. Was he stupid? Or did he have something to rely on? Little demonic beast Sun's golden eyes were filled with hatred. What a joke. I'm little demonic beast Sun, one of the 7 small saints of the Tianhai Empire, and one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the Tianhai Academy. If word gets out, how can I survive? That's better than losing your life. Ling Xiao said indifferently. How arrogant. Little devil beast Sun was furious. Arrogant? The way I see it, you're the ones who are being arrogant. This is the Tower of Heroes. Since you dare to use force here, you should understand that no one will care even if you die. Ling Xiao said coldly. According to the rules of the Tower of Heroes, anyone who issued a challenge here, even if it was just a spar, would be considered a life and death battle. Even if they were killed, no one would pursue the matter. You think you can kill me? Little devil beast Sun sneered. Of course. Ling Xiao said resolutely. Brother Sun, you deal with that, Ling Xiao. We brothers will help you eliminate the others. This time, no one from the Heavenly Dynasty Empire should participate in the White Tiger Storm meet. In any case, it would be embarrassing if they participated. Changshi was hit by Ling Xiao's palm. Although it wasn't a serious injury, it seriously hurt his self-esteem. As one of the 7 small saints of the Heavenly Ocean and one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the Heavenly Ocean Sacred Academy, he had always been a revered existence. But here, he was injured by an unknown brat. This loss of face was too great. He had to take revenge. And the best way to take revenge was to kill all the martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. In any case, there were only 3 people who were a threat in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. One was Ling Xiao, one was Danfeng, and one was Long Chun. Long Chun couldn't fight at all. The remaining 3 people weren't worth mentioning at all. He could wipe them all out by himself. His 2 companions, Wang Xiang and Junan, should have no problem dealing with Danfeng. Good idea. I'll also join in. Ghost Hand Olgio said with a smile. A martial artist from a small, Heavenly Dynasty Empire should obediently lie down in the Heavenly Ocean Empire. I really can't stand such arrogance. I'm not playing. It's too boring to bully the weak. Xiao Budian shook his head and said. Although he was also one of the 7 small saints, he always acted alone. As for Water God, her eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. To her, Ling Xiao was definitely a person who must be killed. However, she didn't say a word. This woman could be considered to be cautious to the extreme. She couldn't figure out Ling Xiao's cultivation, so she planned to wait for Ling Xiao to fight with Sun Little Devil before making a decision. When the battle was about to begin, Lu Lian stood up. Whoever wants to touch my big brother Ling will have to defeat me first. Her current cultivation was not inferior to any of the 7 small saints. Standing in front of Ling Xiao and facing Sun Little Devil, she revealed a determined expression. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? After Sun Little Devil transformed into a white ape, his personality seemed to have become much more tyrannical. His previous fear of Lu Lian had disappeared. However, although he said that, he did not attack. On the other hand, Wang Xiang, Chang Shi, and Junan pounced at the few martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire at the same time. Ling Xiao stood there and watched coldly. Although these 3 people were extremely powerful, Dan Feng was even more terrifying, so he was not worried about the result of this battle. Although Feng Minglian, Mou, and Zhu Xiaocong were not strong, the 3 of them could still deal with Chang Shi for dozens of rounds. The only troublesome one was Ghost Hand Old Jiu. However, as long as this guy dared to make a move, Ling Xiao dared to kill him with thunderous means. When the battle began, Ghost Hand Old Jiu temporarily stayed on the sidelines. Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan attacked Dan Feng. These 2 people, one had the bloodline of the war elephant, the other had the bloodline of the wild boar. After activating the power of their bloodline, their battle strength was definitely not weak. Chang Shi had the bloodline of the ancient snake. Not only was he cunning, but his internal force also contained poison. Feng Minglian, Mou, and Zhu Xiaocong were very careful in dealing with them. The most exciting battle was the one between Dan Feng, Wang Xiang, and Zhu Nan. Dan Feng was fighting 1 against 2, but he was extremely relaxed. His left hand blasted out a palm, and his right hand punched out. At the same time, he collided with Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan. Bang! Bang! Almost at the same time, 2 loud sounds rang out. Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan were actually sent flying backward. They only managed to stabilize themselves after more than 10 meters. One had to know that these 2 people were extremely sturdy. Wang Xiang's figure was tall and sturdy, while Zhu Nan was extremely fat. The 2 of them actually lost to Dan Feng in terms of strength. This made many people feel that it was inconceivable. Looks like this person is the strongest martial artist in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Water God's pupils suddenly contracted as he made a judgment. Ghost Hand Old Jiu was glad that he did not immediately make a move. This Dan Feng gave him a feeling that he was a bit like Water God. Both of them were not to be trifled with. War Elephant Incarnation, Wild Boar Incarnation. Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan had suffered a loss, so they naturally would not let it go. Amidst their furious roars, the 2 of them entered their incarnation state. A huge elephant and a very large wild boar floated in the air, majestic and domineering. The 2 wild beasts roared and attacked Dan Feng again. Can't see your own strength clearly. How laughable. Dan Feng sighed. Originally, the opponent should have taken the initiative to admit defeat in the first exchange, but they were stubborn. Chapter 1722. Not everyone was like Ling Xiao, who could face genius martial artists and challenge those of a higher realm. For the vast majority of martial artists, the difference of 1 realm was huge. Facing Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan, Dan Feng couldn't even raise his spirits because his opponents were too weak. Scram! A cold voice came from Dan Feng's mouth, and a weapon appeared in his hand. However, this weapon was extremely strange. It looked like a Taoist horsetail whisk. With a swing of the horsetail whisk, there was the sound of a raging wind in the air. Then, the 2 huge monster incarnations were blown away like pieces of paper. They landed in the crowd and couldn't get up for a long time. If the Tianhai Empire didn't rely on the superior laws of the mystic world, it really wouldn't be much. You people have been complacent for too long. 7 small saints? In my eyes, you really are nothing. Dan Feng was the martial artist ranked first on the Dragon Phoenix list. He also had his own pride. How could he be looked down upon by these people? Although Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan were indignant, they couldn't do anything. At this time, they couldn't even stand up, let alone continue fighting. Their faces alternated between red and green. They were really depressed. Previously, they had solemnly vowed to kill the martial artists of the Tianhai Empire. However, the battle had only lasted for a short while, and 2 of the 4 beasts had already been defeated. Ah! At this time, Changshi also let out a scream. His entire body was wrapped in a cloud of black gas. When he struggled to break free, there was almost no place on his body that was unharmed. He was even more miserable than Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan. Who ambushed us from behind? Shameless! Changshi screamed and shouted at the same time. The one who injured him wasn't Feng Minglian, Mou, or Zhu Xiaozong. It was a black shadow that suddenly flew out from the courtyard. Cold plum? Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and saw the black shadow clearly. It wasn't Cold Plum herself, but a hideous ghost face. 10,000 Ghost Banner? Ling Xiao looked into the room. Cold Plum had not woken up, but the 10,000 Ghosts banner in her hand kept flashing. It seems that although Cold Plum has fainted, her soul is not asleep. She is still cultivating. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. But even so, the Spirit Awakening pill is a must. Otherwise, Cold Plum will be in a vegetative state forever. Of course, he had a feeling that Cold Plum's cultivation would improve greatly after she woke up. There was truly a terrifying existence trapped in the myriad ghost banner. So these are the so-called 7 little saints of Tianhai? What an undeserved reputation. Among the crowd, there were also martial artists from other small countries under the rule of the Tianhai Empire. When they saw that 3 of the 7 small saints of the Tianhai Empire were easily defeated by the martial artists of the Tianhai Empire, they were somewhat disdainful. How dare you? Who said that? Little Devil Beast's son coldly looked at the crowd. His killing intent was obvious. That's right. So what if I said it? The person who spoke was also a 9th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. However, he was not a native of the Tianhai Empire. Instead, he was a martial artist from one of the Tianhai Empire's subordinate countries. However, he also lived in the White Tiger continent. That was why his cultivation could reach such a level. You're courting death. Little Devil Beast's son suddenly went berserk. His huge white ape body charged toward that person. That person used to be fearful of the 7 small saints. However, when he saw that 3 of the 7 small saints were easily defeated, he was filled with disdain. Therefore, this time, he did not dodge. Instead, he charged forward. However, the moment the 2 of them came into contact, he knew that he was wrong. Very wrong. The terrifying white ape's punch was too powerful for him to block. Crack. He felt that his arms were fractured. Then, his ribs shattered. Terrifying pain and intense fear filled his entire body. I'm finished. At that moment, that was the only word that came to his mind. However, Little Devil Beast's son did not care about that person's fear. His punch continued until the poor 9th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist was smashed into a meat patty. Silence. Dead silence. The crowd was terrified. So, this was the true strength of the 7 small saints. Was it not because they were too weak, but because the Celestial Empire's martial artists were too strong? They did not dare to make a sound. They were afraid that they would anger Little Devil Beast's son and become the second sacrifice in his hands. However, Little Devil Beast's son did not look at them. Instead, he turned around and looked at Ling Xiao. Celestial Empire's Emperor, do you dare to fight me one-on-one to the death? Perhaps it was because he had just killed a martial artist at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm that his confidence had multiplied. He became even more ambitious when he faced Ling Xiao. If you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. You'll be laughed at. Don't make it sound so dignified. To put it bluntly, aren't you just afraid of Miss Lu? If you can be afraid of a woman, why can't I rely on a woman to protect me? Who's the one being laughed at? Ling Xiao said in disdain. Since Lu Lian was here, he had to change his plan. He would first go to the market to buy the herbs to refine the awakening pill. Revenge could be put aside. Saving people was more important. Therefore, he did not care about Little Devil Beast's son's provocation. Anyway, he would have to kill this guy sooner or later. Are you afraid? You're afraid because you saw how easily I killed that 9th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist? Little Devil Beast's son mocked. How old are you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. 20. Little Devil Beast's son said proudly. Being one of the 7 minor saints at the age of 20 was something to be proud of. Therefore, he answered straightforwardly. Haha, You're at the 9th level Yin-Yang realm and 3 years older than me. I really don't know what you're so proud of in front of me. If you give me 3 years, I'll be more than 10 times stronger than you. Genius? You're just a piece of trash. At this point, Ling Xiao no longer paid any attention to Little Devil Bee Sunday. Instead, he looked at Lu Lian and smiled. Miss Lu, I'll have to trouble you and Dan Feng to protect the courtyard first. I have some matters to take care of in the market. Of course. Lu Lian nodded. To her, Ling Xiao had a favor to ask of her. This was a reward for her. Thank you. Ling Xiao turned around and was about to leave. However, Xiao Budian, Old Ghost Hand, and Water God's child blocked his path. Why? Do you want to gang up on me? Ling Xiao sneered. Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. Although my heavenly demon cult has a grudge with you, it has nothing to do with me. I just want to see your strength. Why don't you fight with Little Devil Bee's son and broaden my horizons? Xiao Budian giggled. Same. Water Shensi said indifferently. Her words were a little insincere. Xiao Budian was speaking the truth. However, Water Shensi wanted to see Ling Xiao's strength. If Ling Xiao left without a fight, wouldn't her trip be in vain? Little Devil Bee's son caught up and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Today, you have to fight whether you want to or not. It's not up to you. Chapter 1723. After saying that, Sun Little Magic Beast did not care about what Ling Xiao was doing. His terrifying white ape body jumped over and smashed towards Ling Xiao's head. The terrifying killing intent caused the candidates to retreat. That terrifying punch from Little Demonic Beast's son just now was still vivid in their minds. This guy clearly wanted to force Ling Xiao to fight. Ling Xiao had no choice but to fight. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao intended to end the battle quickly. His cold eyes revealed a shocking murderous intent. A huge golden crow appeared behind him. Fusion. Golden crow incarnation. His body merged with the golden crow, and a bird's cry came from the void. In the sky, the rays of the red sun shone down and merged into the golden crow's body. Ling Xiao's golden crow incarnation released a shocking light, causing many people to be unable to open their eyes. At that moment, Sun Little Magic Beast felt that he was not pouncing on a person, but a sun. That blazing energy made him feel as if his body was about to melt. That moment of hesitation doomed him to be beaten. Fury of the Golden Crow. Ling Xiao shouted coldly. His body flickered, and a glaring light turned into a flying arrow that shot towards the huge white ape's body. The blazing air swept through the entire courtyard, and everyone felt the terrifying heat. The nearby plants were burning because of it. The flames rose, and the air seemed to be completely burned. Sun Little Magic Beast suddenly woke up and hurriedly waved his fists to block. He did not expect that his moment of hesitation would be used by his opponent. Boom! The blazing light collided with the white ape's arm. The terrifying heat instantly attacked Sun Little Magic Beast's body. He screamed in horror and turned around to retreat. Godly light travel. Under the Golden Crow incarnation, Ling Xiao used the godly light travel. Not only was his speed terrifying, but anything that touched the blazing heat would instantly melt. His speed was extremely fast. Sun Little Magic Beast could only escape in a hurry. He did not even have time to counterattack. Ling Xiao did not give him a chance. Damn it! Sun Little Magic Beast had never encountered such a depressing battle. It wasn't that he couldn't block his opponent, but that he simply didn't have the time to accumulate his strength. Ling Xiao's attacks came one after another at an astonishing speed. Every time, he could only react hastily. Of course, this was also Ling Xiao's tactic. Ling Xiao knew that if he were to face the enemy head-on, he would only have a 50% chance of defeating Sun Xiao Magical Beast. Because he was in a hurry to go to the market to buy medicinal herbs, he couldn't afford to waste any time. If he wanted to end the battle quickly, this was the only way. From the beginning, he had to pursue and attack fiercely, not giving the other party any chance. Tyrant Earth Fist. Little Devil Beast's son knew that he couldn't continue to run away. Otherwise, he would have no chance of winning today's battle. Seizing a gap, he unleashed a ferocious fist technique and blasted a punch at Ling Xiao. This punch was launched at the risk of being injured. because he had no other choice. If he wasn't injured, he could only keep running. This guy was quite decisive. Rumble. The sound of collision rang out again. High temperatures rushed out once again. However, this time, Sun Little Magic B-Sun's arms were actually protected by layers of yellow earth. The heat couldn't penetrate at all. Therefore, Sun Little Magic B-Sun didn't retreat this time. He heaved a sigh of relief and was about to counterattack. However, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Unless the cultivator who was suppressed by him was much stronger than him, he wouldn't be able to regain the upper hand. 500 Heavenly Earth Empress, Earth Cell Explosion. The power of the Heavenly Earth Empress swept out from his body and poured into the Golden Crow incarnation. The originally terrifying impact suddenly contained an extremely powerful force. This change was really too fast. Sun Little Magic B-Sun was completely caught off guard. His huge white ape body was directly blasted out and broke several trees in succession. In the end, he crashed into a wall before coming to a stop. This attack blasted Sun Little Magic B-Sun until he was dizzy. However, before he could stand up, he realized that Ling Xiao's figure was attacking him again. Sun Little Magic B-Sun is suppressed by his opponent. It's impossible for him to turn the tables around. Looks like whoever wants to defeat Ling Xiao has to attack fiercely from the start. They can't give him any chance. Otherwise, they'll be in trouble. Xiao Budian smiled happily when he saw this. Although this battle was said to be one-sided, it was very interesting to watch. However, at least to him, this was definitely a battle of wisdom and strength. It was very interesting. Water God's eyes were cold. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Lian's beautiful eyes moved around. Her understanding of Ling Xiao had obviously improved. She really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be completely fearless when facing Sun Little Magic B-Sun. However, only Ling Xiao himself knew that if Sun Little Magic B-Sun had come a few minutes earlier, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him. The reason why he could suppress his opponent now was that his cultivation had just broken through to the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. His overall strength had increased by a large margin. Xiao Budian, you've underestimated Sun Little Magic Beast. Not only is he a white ape, but he also has a martial soul. Ghost Hand Old Jiu was indeed an expert in information. He knew more about the two people on the battlefield than anyone else present. Just as he finished speaking, a long staff that shone with an earthen yellow glow appeared behind the white ape. The rod looked like a clay sculpture. However, it was covered with various special patterns. It looked very strange. Black tortoise rod. White ape roared. The long rod behind him suddenly smashed out and a black tortoise statue appeared in the air. The energy around his body was completely integrated into the strong wind of the long staff, wrapping around Ling Xiao. Black tortoise rod martial soul. It's a weapon-type martial soul. I haven't seen Sun Little Magic Beast use his martial soul in a battle for a long time. This time, he's dead for sure. Changshi endured the intense pain and sneered as he looked over. However, the rest of the people had different thoughts. Ling Xiao was able to force Sun Little Magic Beast to use his martial soul that he hadn't used for a long time. It was enough to show how powerful he was. However, they didn't dare to recklessly judge Ling Xiao's cultivation level. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation level was at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm, who knew if it was his real cultivation level? Are you the only one with a martial soul? Today, I'll show you what a real martial soul is. When Ling Xiao saw the black tortoise rod coming towards him, he knew that other than using the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he had no other way to block the attack. He could defend himself. However, if he did that, he wouldn't be able to suppress his opponent. In the end, it would become a tug of war. That wasn't something he wanted to see. Only the Sky Tyrant martial soul could allow him to continue suppressing Sun Little Magic Beast and end the battle quickly. Of course, there were many ways to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Ling Xiao would choose a more subtle way. Chapter 1724. Sky Tyrant, Ancient Golden Crow. In the dark universe, a dot of light suddenly flashed. It was as fast as a meteor and as fast as lightning. This light released an ancient and everlasting aura. When it got closer, it was a huge golden crow. The golden crow pierced through the dark universe and charged towards Sun Little demonic beast who was holding the black tortoise staff. In the eyes of other martial artists, this vast universe was like an independent space. It was dark, cold, and filled with immense pressure. Being in this place, it was as if one was being swallowed by something. What martial soul is this? Water God looked at this scene in shock. He had never seen such a martial soul before. Not only him, but even Danfeng, Mou, Zhu Shaozong, and the rest were shocked. Ling Xiao possessed many martial spirits, but this was the only one they had never seen before. It was so powerful and so mysterious. However, why did it feel like this martial soul was not complete? Could it be that Ling Xiao was hiding something? That was what everyone thought. However, this did not affect Ling Xiao's attack. The Sky Tyrant martial soul that he released only had the Sky Tyrant universe and nothing else. Therefore, it was very different from the Mountain River martial soul. Basically, it was impossible for it to be related to the Mountain River martial soul. Even if they had doubts, they could not verify it. Kill. Sun Little demonic beast was also shocked. However, at this moment, he had no way out. The white ape waved the black tortoise staff in his hand and smashed it down. Boom, boom, boom. The black tortoise staff and the Sky Tyrant golden crow collided continuously, producing shocking roars. The energy spread in all directions, and the space shook. The black tortoise staff could not withstand the terrifying heat and power of the Sky Tyrant golden crow. After 4 or 5 collisions, it burned and turned into ashes. Chirp! The golden crow let out a loud chirp. Its light was even more dazzling and the entire sky seemed to be dyed in gold. Then, it pounced on the white ape and waved its huge claws, wanting to completely destroy the white ape. Diamond body! At the critical moment, Sun Little demonic beast roared and his body suddenly changed. It was as if he had turned into a white ape made of diamond. He stood there motionless. However, the golden crow's claws could not cause any damage. Your defense is pretty good, but it's a pity that you're just a target now. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The golden crow spread its wings, and a blazing star appeared in the vast universe. This star was connected to the red sun in the sky. It seemed to absorb the heat of the red sun and provide it to the gold crow. The temperature of the golden crow's body became even more terrifying. Sun Little magic beast's diamond body began to show signs of melting. Not enough. Give me some true samadhi fire. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The golden crow's body suddenly burst into flames. It was the true samadhi fire, one of the 12 divine fires that Ling Xiao had obtained in the heavenly dragon continent. Compared to the hell dragon fire and death dark flames, although it did not have any special characteristics, its temperature was extremely high. Ah! A mournful scream came from the mouth of the white ape. Sun Zhao's diamond body could withstand most attacks, but in the end, it could not withstand the burning of the divine fire and the attack of the high temperature. He screamed and tried to turn around and run away. However, how could Ling Xiao give him such an opportunity? Child of Shadow bind. A pitch-black shadow pounced forward and stretched out many tentacles, firmly entangling Sun Little demonic beast. Sun Xiao would be able to break free from such a bind after a while. However, this little bit of time was enough for Ling Xiao to launch an even fiercer attack. Sky Tyrant Golden Crow, Sky Sun Claw. The sharp claws seized that moment and ruthlessly clawed at the white ape's body. Together with the terrifying power of the Queen of Heaven's Earth from the 500 Queen of Heaven's Earth cells, this claw directly sent the white ape flying. The crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Sun Xiao, who was sent flying, thought that he could use this opportunity to escape. However, he did not expect that Ling Xiao would take advantage of him and arrive on top of him at a speed faster than he was sent flying. Shadows were released from his body, and once again, they tightly entangled him. He was unable to move. Ling Xiao's golden crow avatar was above him. Its terrifying claws were burning with shocking light and flames. Boom! Ah! The claws directly smashed down. Although the white ape's body was tough, it was still directly pierced through. The horrifying wound was extremely eye-catching. Sun Xiao, who was bleeding profusely, was blasted to the ground. He looked extremely miserable. Everyone stared blankly at the scene of the battle. They could not believe that Sun Xiao had been brutally beaten by Ling Xiao from the beginning to the end. The 7 small saints of Tianhai were unable to resist at all in front of Ling Xiao. Even after releasing the powerful black tortoise staff martial soul, he still could not resist Ling Xiao's mysterious and terrifying martial soul. Die. Ling Xiao did not want to let Sun Xiao, who was severely injured, go. A heavy blow from the sky landed on the ground. At this moment, Sun Xiao was lying there. He no longer had the strength to move. His body was covered in blood. His expression was dispirited. He could barely open his eyes. However, there was extreme fear and despair in his eyes. The dignified little magic beast Sun had originally come here to avenge his 3 brothers, but looking at his miserable appearance now, it was actually worse than Sun Yuanji and the others. How savage. He actually wants to kill little devil beast Sun. The crowd looked at this scene in astonishment. Sun Xiao was one of the 7 small saints of Tianhai. He was one of the outstanding disciples of the Tianhai sacred institution. If he really killed him, the grudge between Ling Xiao and the Tianhai sacred institution would be completely formed. Was he really not afraid? He has no strength to fight back. Can you stop now? A voice came from the crowd. It was powerful and majestic, with an unquestionable tone. Ling Xiao turned around to take a look. This person was wearing a crown and a long golden robe. He stood there like a king. Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon. The surrounding warriors were shocked. They looked at this person in awe. Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon, one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai, the strongest disciple of the Tianhai sacred institution. He actually appeared. Senior brother, save me. Sun Xiao let out a miserable cry. When he saw Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon, he seemed to see hope. Don't worry. With me here, he won't dare to kill you. Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon said lightly. He had no intention of attacking at all. It was as if Ling Xiao had to listen to his words. It was as if his words were more important than an imperial edict. Little Devil Beast Sun also thought so. In the entire Tianhai Empire, except for the 4 heroes of Tianhai, there was no warrior under the age of 30 who dared to disrespect Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon. Haha, Ling Xiao, you better stop. Otherwise, if you offend my senior brother, you won't be able to escape. Sun Xiao coughed out a mouthful of blood and laughed. Chapter 1725. Idiot. Ling Xiao smirked coldly. Then, the claw that he had been accumulating finally struck out. Stop. The Sacred Sword of Wind Demon was no longer as calm as before. He suddenly attacked, and a terrifying sword chi shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was forced to give up his attack. Although the Sacred Sword of Wind Demon blocked the attack, it was undoubtedly humiliating. Everyone could see that the Sacred Sword of Wind Demon wanted to use his authority to make Ling Xiao submit, but he had no choice but to stop him in the end. The moment he made a move, it was considered a loss of face. Ling Xiao floated in the air and looked coldly at the Sacred Sword of Wind Demon on the ground. This person was indeed one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai City. His cultivation was terrifying, and he seemed to have a way to hide his cultivation. Even Lin Fan's Tai Chi eye could not see through him. However, the attack just now should be at least at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Lin Fan was no match for him. The gap was too big. Even if he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could only save his life. It was impossible for him to win. Didn't you hear what I said? The Sacred Sword of Wind Demon looked at Ling Xiao furiously. How dare someone not give him face? So what if I heard you? Who do you think you are? Do you think everyone has to listen to what you say? Ling Xiao looked at the Sacred Sword of Wind Demon. He had no intention of backing down. You're courting death. The Sacred Sword of Wind Demon's face was extremely gloomy. You can try. Ling Xiao had something to rely on, so he was not afraid of the Sacred Sword of Wind Demon. After all, the butterfly lady in his mountain river world was at the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm. No matter how strong the Sacred Sword of Wind Demon was, it was definitely not a match for the butterfly lady. The butterfly lady's strength was always 10 levels higher than Ling Xiao's. She was also Ling Xiao's greatest reliance. Of course, he would not use the butterfly lady in most situations. After all, every time the butterfly lady fought, he would lose more than half of his spiritual stones and treasures. This little girl's appetite was too terrifying. Even he could not afford to feed her. However, when it came to a matter of life and death, he couldn't care less. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. Facing one of the four heroes of Tianhai, the sacred sword of the wind demon, this Ling Xiao was actually not afraid at all. What kind of courage was this? Good. Very good. The sacred sword of the wind devil suddenly threw his head back and laughed uproariously. You are truly courageous. I can give you a chance. Receive a palm strike from me. If you don't die, then today's matter will be written off. When the White Tiger Storm meet begins, the disciples of the Tianhai Sacred Academy will absolutely not cause trouble for you. How about that? Senior brother, kill him? Little Devil Beast's son shouted at the top of his lungs. But because he pulled at his wound, he was in so much pain that he kept coughing up blood. You think I don't want to kill him? Have you forgotten the rules of the White Tiger meet? In order to protect the other geniuses, the Tianhai Empire has set a rule that we can only use one move in private battles. If there are any more than that, they will be disqualified from the White Tiger meet. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend said telepathically. Little Devil Beast's son froze for a moment and suddenly remembered this rule. It was said that this rule had been set down 10 years ago. The primary reason was that one of the four prodigies of the Tianhai Empire had gone on a killing spree in the Hall of Heroes, killing all the other candidates except the other three prodigies. This had caused a great deal of panic. After all, although some of these geniuses were still not very strong, it was only because they were young. If they were all killed, it would be a massive blow to the Tianhai Empire. Ever since then, this rule had been set down. Unless it was in self-defense, the four prodigies of the Tianhai Empire could only use one move against other martial artists. But even if it was only one move, the vast majority of martial artists would not be able to take it. The Tianhai Empire relied on this rule to determine whether a person had the right to be called a genius. Live, and you would be protected. Die, and you would be completely forgotten. Not interested. Ling Xiao shook his head. You're afraid? The sacred sword of Wind Fiend jeered. Afraid of you? Ling Xiao disdainfully said. If you can touch me, it'll be your win. But this bet is too much of a joke. How about this? If you can touch me in one move, I'll let that trash go. If you can't touch me, your Tianhai Sacred Academy can't make trouble for me, or the Heavenly Empire's martial artists before the White Tiger Tempest meet begins. Moreover, that trash must die. How about it? Are you looking down on me? The sacred sword of Wind Fiend's expression darkened. No 6th-level Yin-Yang Realm martial artist had ever dared to speak to him like this. If he couldn't even touch this person, then his title as one of the four prodigies of the Tianhai Empire would be lost. Looking down on you? Haha, you can think whatever you want. Do you dare to bet? Ling Xiao asked. Nonsense, why wouldn't I dare? Just don't regret it. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend coldly said. A man keeps his word, not to mention that I am the celestial emperor of the Heavenly Empire. Ling Xiao indifferently said. You've got guts. As the sacred sword of Wind Fiend spoke, a terrifying aura began to surge out. A sacred sword flashing with white light suddenly appeared in his right hand. There was no referee. All the spectating martial artists were referees. Without a referee, the sacred sword of Wind Fiend could attack at any time. This was actually a great challenge for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was fearless. He had thought about it. If each of the four great empires and the Jingyi school had four young experts like the four prodigies of the Tianhai Empire, then there would be 20 of them. If the outstanding geniuses of the four great empires' affiliated countries were included, then the number would definitely climb to nearly 30. To be honest, if Ling Xiao couldn't rank in the top 2 or even first among the martial artists of the Tianhai Empire, then he probably wouldn't even be able to rank in the top 30 of the White Tiger meet. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend was very powerful, but this was a very good test for him. Whether he could dodge the opponent's attack when there was a huge disparity in cultivation was very important to his survival. Of course, more importantly, from now until the start of the White Tiger meet, he would be free from the harassment of the Tianhai Holy Court and have more time to cultivate. This way, His cultivation could continue to break through. Therefore, to him, this attack was something he had to face. Ling Xiao stood there. He had already reverted to his original form and put away his tyrant martial soul. Then, he coldly looked at the sacred sword of Wind Fiend. His Taiji eye sped up, carefully capturing all of the sacred sword of Wind Fiend's movements. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend didn't attack for a long time, but the light of the sacred sword in his hand became brighter and more dazzling, giving off an extremely powerful pressure. This sword wasn't a magic treasure, but a sword of origin power condensed from powerful yin and yang origin power. It was a sword of sacred light. He didn't move, but Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. 500 Imperial Earth Queen cells bloomed in his body. The power of the Imperial Earth Queen surged into his body, making ample preparations for this dodge. He didn't dare to underestimate the sacred sword of Wind Fiend. He didn't even dare to dodge the opponent's attack. Chapter 1726. Kill. All of a sudden, the sacred sword of the Wind Demon roared and moved at an extreme speed. The sacred sword in his hand pierced towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, a blinding white light was released, causing everyone to lose their vision. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough to be fatal to an ordinary person. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi played a key role at this moment. Through the blinding white light, he determined the direction of the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. Hence, his body suddenly flashed and dodged to the side. He was very confident in his own speed. Flashing light god technique combined with body of light was inhumanly fast. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao was shocked to find that the attack that he had dodged was still coming at him. What's going on? Ling Xiao was shocked, but he saw the sacred sword of the Wind Demon sneer disdainfully. You think you can dodge my attack because you're fast and have good movement skills? You're too naive. A strange mirror appeared behind the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. This mirror had 10 sides, and in each side, there was a sacred sword of the Wind Demon. What a strange martial soul. This is the first time I've seen it. Ling Xiao was shocked, but his face was very calm. At this moment, the white light had dissipated. The crowd was shocked to see this strange situation. The 4 heroes of Tianhai are indeed the 4 heroes of Tianhai. The sacred sword of the Wind Demon is too strong. It doesn't matter how fast you are, or how good your movement skills are. Water Shensi muttered to herself, feeling jealous. However, everyone agreed with what she said. Shadow step, shadow body. Ling Xiao changed his move again, turning into a dark shadow and hiding in the darkness. However, it was still useless. The strange mirror emitted a strange light, and nothing in the space could hide from it. You'd better accept your fate. You don't stand a chance against my martial soul. The sacred sword of the Wind Demon sneered disdainfully. From the moment you made such a request, I knew that you must be a martial artist who specializes in movement skills and speed. However, I still agreed to it because I have enough confidence to suppress you. Who knows the outcome until the end? Ling Xiao said indifferently. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Then, I'll let you experience the true terror of my martial spirit. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend was infuriated by Ling Xiao's stubbornness. He didn't change his move, so this was still considered one move. However, his martial spirit flew out from his back and suddenly enlarged, trapping Ling Xiao inside. Standing inside the martial soul, Ling Xiao could feel the strangeness and terror of this martial soul. It was said that there was an ambush from all sides. Ling Xiao was really being ambushed from all sides. The 10 mirrors stabbed out at the same time, making it impossible for him to dodge. Seeing this, little demon B-Sun was a bit excited. Great. From the looks of it, that brat won't be able to withstand one move from senior brother. The 4 heroes of Tianhai truly live up to their reputation. In fact, he had always been unconvinced by the sacred sword of Wind Fiend, but today, he was completely submissive. How could Ling Xiao dodge? This was the question that everyone was concerned about. They stared at Ling Xiao in the mirror, but at this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to be motionless. It's over. It seems that Ling Xiao is at his wit's end. Yu looked at Dan Feng anxiously and said, Dan Feng, think of a way, or he will die. Don't worry. Since Ling Xiao dared to accept this challenge, he must have the ability. To be honest, even Dan Feng didn't believe such words. But at this moment, he could only watch, because he was no match for the sacred sword of Wind Fiend and couldn't help Ling Xiao. In this battle, even if it was just one move, Ling Xiao could only rely on himself. Humph, sacred sword of Wind Fiend, your tricks should end now. Suddenly, Ling Xiao in the mirror snorted, his eyes revealing a cold light. Your martial spirit needs light to work, but what if there is no light at all? What? The sacred sword of Wind Fiend was stunned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to see through the biggest flaw of his martial spirit in such a short time. So what? In this world, no one can create a space without any light. Not even the sovereigns can. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend's confidence was reignited. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, but used reality to give the sacred sword of Wind Fiend a huge slap. Universe of domination, endless darkness. It was truly the descent of darkness. No one could see anything, and they could only sense the situation of the battlefield through their souls. The moment the darkness descended, the figures in the mirror all disappeared, and the sacred sword of Wind Fiend's attack was completely disintegrated. This is a world of darkness. There is no need for any light. Ling Xiao's voice was dignified and mighty, causing everyone who heard it to shudder. In the next moment, the darkness finally disappeared, and Ling Xiao appeared there, unharmed. The sacred sword of Wind Fiend's face was ashen. His eyes were filled with great shock. The martial spirit that he was so proud of had been broken so easily. This was something that even Tianhai Tyranny, Sun Lingchan, and Mu Wanchuang couldn't do, but this Ling Xiao did it. He felt like his confidence had been shattered, and he was on the verge of collapsing, as if he had aged a lot in an instant. This blow was too big for the sacred sword of Wind Fiend. The martial spirit that he thought was invincible had been broken so easily by a warrior from the Sky Dragon continent. This was worse than death. Seen your brother lost. Sun Little Demon's face was ashen. It wasn't really a loss, but he had lost the bet, and he had lost his life. 18 Hell Talisman, keep. Ling Xiao didn't look at the sacred sword of Wind Fiend, but used the 18 Hell Talisman to keep Sun Little Demon. He didn't have much confidence in killing Sun Little Demon directly. It was difficult to kill a demonic beast that had gained intelligence and was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The Blood Soul Talisman was the best way to kill them. What's more, Ling Xiao needed to refine the Yin-Yang energy of these powerful enemies to increase his cultivation. This was even more beneficial than demon cores. Kill. Suddenly, the ashen-faced sacred sword of Wind Fiend charged at Ling Xiao like a madman. He had really gone crazy. In his opinion, only by killing Ling Xiao could he continue to be invincible. Ling Xiao was his inner demon. If he didn't get rid of him, he would be restricted by this person in the future. Ling Xiao frowned, and the butterfly lady in the mountain river world received his thoughts. At this critical moment, his greatest reliance was the butterfly lady. Once the butterfly lady appeared, the sacred sword of Wind Fiend would definitely die. Unfortunately, he didn't plan on using the butterfly lady's power here. Just as he made up his mind to use the butterfly lady, the sky seemed to explode, and a pitch-black sword light fell from the sky, separating Ling Xiao from the sacred sword of Wind Fiend. Have you forgotten the rules set by the Tianhai Empire so quickly? A dignified voice came from the sky. Chapter 1727. In the sky, 3 black-clothed martial artists stood there, their faces completely obscured, their voices cold and awe-inspiring. This sword truly gave Ling Xiao a fright. This attack was truly terrifying, much stronger than the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. Just who were these black-clothed men? He was perplexed. But one thing was certain. These fellows were likely martial artists raised by the Tianhai Empire's imperial family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared at this time. The Demon Crocodile Guard. The sacred sword of the Wind Demon shivered as he looked at these 3, instantly coming to his senses. He hurriedly put away the sacred sword and retreated. The 3 black-clothed men nodded. One of them looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Little Demonic Beast Son is one of the Tianhai Empire's 7 little saints. He has a powerful cultivation and is rather talented. I hope you can spare his life. And if I don't? Ling Xiao knew that these three were very powerful, but he couldn't bow his head. However, his words gave the other martial art candidates a fright. The Demon Crocodile Guard was the true trump card of the Tianhai Empire. Even if they offended the Tianhai Holy Academy, no one dared to offend the Demon Crocodile Guard. Was Ling Xiao crazy? You probably don't know who we are for you to be so rude. The man continued. The Tianhai Imperial family has a sharp blade and a shield. The Shadow Crocodile Guard is that sharp blade, and we, the Demon Crocodile Guard, are that shield. We are also the Imperial family's strongest fighting force. So what? Ling Xiao retorted. Do you know the consequences of offending us? The man coldly asked, his attitude extremely arrogant. I, Ling Xiao, came to the Tianhai Empire to participate in the White Tiger meet, not to offend the Tianhai Imperial family. But someone came here to kill me. Do you expect me to let him go? Ling Xiao coldly asked. Letting you go is giving you face. Otherwise, we would have taken him away. And if we hadn't intervened, you would have already died at the hands of the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. The black-clothed man continued. What big words. You can try and see if you can take him away. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the three black-clothed men in the sky. He hated it when people threatened him. His words caused the three black-clothed men to hesitate. Actually, the order they received was only to prevent the sacred sword of Wind Fiend from breaking the rules. This was because anyone who violated the rules would be barred from participating in the White Tiger meet. This would be a huge loss to the Sky Sea Empire. Everyone knew that the royal family could not go back on their word. Otherwise, their foundation would be unstable. However, the three of them acted on their own accord. They thought that Ling Xiao owed them a favor and wanted Ling Xiao to release Little Devil Bee Sunday. They originally thought that this matter was a matter of course, but unexpectedly, Ling Xiao did not fall for their trick at all. The three of them were now riding a tiger and had no way to back down. They didn't know what to do. Acting on your own, you deserve to be humiliated. Come back. Just as the three men in black were in a dilemma and did not know what to do, a thunderous voice came from the direction of the Imperial Palace. It was about a mile away, but the sound was very loud. Many people could tell that this voice came from the head of Heavenly Ocean's four greats, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. The voice was domineering and dignified. Understood, Your Highness. No matter how humiliated the three of them were, they had to listen to the orders of the Crown Prince. Otherwise, they would not be able to endure that person's temper. Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend, you failed to kill your opponent in one move. Look at you. To be called one of Heavenly Ocean's four greats with you is truly a disgrace to this Crown Prince. Go back and think about it. Until the White Tiger meet, you are not allowed to come out and humiliate yourself. Next, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny began to reprimand Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend. He scolded Sacred Sword of Heavenly Ocean's four greats like a grandson. However, Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend did not dare to say anything. He only nodded and then looked at Ling Xiao. Kid, before the White Tiger meet, it's best if you don't die. At the White Tiger meet, I will show you my power. After saying this, he turned and left. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's voice did not come again. It was as if what happened next had nothing to do with him. However, inside the Eastern Palace, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny issued an order. Investigate. Turn this Ling Xiao upside down. I want all of his information. As the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny did not wish for any variables to occur in his future plans. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's appearance made him a little worried. In the past, he had supported Phoenix Cry Mountain in the Divine Phoenix Empire. It was almost like a shadow of his. He had originally thought that he could easily take over the Divine Phoenix continent, but in the end, this Ling Xiao had turned the tables. He had always been brooding over this. Thus, he definitely did not want to make the same mistake a second time. If possible, he would personally kill this Ling Xiao. After Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend left, Ling Xiao did not stay. He informed Danfeng and Lu Lian to help look after the villa, and then went to the market alone. The geniuses of the Sky Sea Empire looked at each other, their hearts filled with disgust. 3 of the 4 ferocious beasts had been injured, and 1 had been killed. The 7 little saints of Heavenly Ocean were now only 6. Even more ridiculous was that sacred sword of Wind Fiend, one of the 4 prodigies of Heavenly Ocean, had not been able to kill Ling Xiao. Instead, he had almost been driven mad. How vexing! The Heavenly Ocean Empire's geniuses all had their eyes on top of their heads. They did not even spare a glance for the Heavenly Ocean Empire's geniuses and affiliated countries. However, today's battle had truly caused them to lose face. Water God coldly glanced at Ling Xiao's departing figure, gritted her teeth, and then followed. Ling Xiao's performance today had indeed shocked her. However, as the strongest young martial artist of Water God Temple, she bore the burden of Water God Temple's blood debt. Thus, no matter what, she had to kill Ling Xiao. And she believed that her only chance was now. If Ling Xiao was given more time, perhaps even she would not be Ling Xiao's opponent. Let's go too. Changxi and the others did not dare to stay. Now that Sun Little Demonic Beast had been killed, Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend had left, and the 3 of them were heavily injured. If Ling Xiao came back, the 3 of them would be in trouble. As for Ghost Hand Old Jiu, he had already quietly left. This person was really good at protecting himself. If he had also taken action before, he would probably have become one of the many injured martial artists. Hee, very interesting. Let's meet again at the White Tiger meet. Although Ling Xiao and you, oh right, you're called Dan Feng, right? Although the 2 of you are not bad, the others are still too weak. Xiao buddy and giggled, as if he did not care about what had happened today. He treated everything as if he was watching a show. In the midst of his laughter, he turned around and soared into the sky. Although he was very small, his movements were very confident. In an instant, the spectating martial artists in the courtyard had all left. See, this is the Heavenly Ocean Empire. We are still far from it. Dan Feng's expression was very serious. Although he had defeated Wang Xiang and Zhu Nan, don't forget that he was the #1 expert on the Dragon Phoenix list. This was not something to be proud of. Chapter 1728. Dan Feng had no chance of winning against the 4 prodigies of Tianhai. Even against Water God, he only had a 50% chance of winning. And right now, he was the strongest person in the Heavenly Empire. If this situation continued, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them to obtain a ranking in the White Tiger Storm meet. I'm not trying to discourage you, but in reality, apart from Tianhai tyranny, the Tianhai Empire's martial artists are the weakest among the 4 great empires and Jingyi School. Dan Feng continued, the Jingyi School, the White Tiger Empire, the Welang Empire, the Silver Fox Empire, and the Tianhai Empire. This is the correct ranking of strength. If we can't even enter the top 10 of the Tianhai Empire, then we will really be cannon fodder at the White Tiger Storm meet. He said this mainly because he was afraid that some people would become arrogant. After all, their battle record today was quite good. Only by recognizing the gap could one face difficulties head-on. Dan Feng didn't dare to demand that everyone's cultivation be the same as his, but at the very least, it would be enough if they all improved on the day of the White Tiger Storm meet. I'm going back to cultivate. Mou turned and left. I'm going back too. Zhu Xiaocong and Feng Minglian left one after another. The pressure in their hearts was truly great. After watching today's battle, it could be said that their desire to cultivate had been completely aroused. Long Chun was still in his dragon form, the energy in his body constantly attacking the seal that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. This guy might become the 3rd trump card besides me and Ling Xiao. Dan Feng glanced at Long Chun, then sat down cross-legged. He had to stay here and cultivate while protecting Long Chen. After all, Long Chun didn't have any combat strength before he finished cultivating. On the other side, the 2 sea race martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix continent were also very restless. They had been chosen to participate in the White Tiger Storm meet for the sole purpose of killing Ling Xiao. However, after witnessing Ling Xiao's performance today, the 2 of them instantly lost their confidence. Ling Xiao had the same thoughts as Dan Feng. Their cultivation was too weak. This was the biggest disadvantage of the Tianhai Empire martial artists. They had to continue improving. So this time, not only did he have to buy the ingredients for the Spirit Awakening pill, but he also had to find a map of a secret realm. The White Tiger continent probably had many more secret realms than the Dragon Phoenix continent, and the quality would definitely be higher as well. If he could find such a secret realm, then perhaps it would not be difficult to increase his cultivation. Even though he was already very strong, he was still not satisfied. After all, he had to consider using the Butterfly Lady against the Wind Fiend's sacred sword. This was a humiliation to him. He didn't want that. Moreover, using the Butterfly Lady once would consume a lot of energy. If two powerful existences like the Wind Demon's sacred sword appeared, then wouldn't he be dead for sure? Therefore, the key was still his own strength. Sky Sea City's largest trading market was many times more bustling than Divine Phoenix capital city. Regardless of whether it was the stalls on both sides of the street or the dazzling lineup of shops, they were all dazzling. Walking in the bazaar, Ling Xiao was thinking about his goal this time. The first was definitely the Spirit Awakening pill. That was the most important thing. The second was the map of the secret realm. It would be best if he had it, but if he didn't, he couldn't force it. The third was the fledgling dragon pill, to be consumed with the Big Dipper earthly fiend Scarlet Young Malatang. This fledgling dragon pill was a high-grade profound pill. Actually, back in the Dragon Phoenix continent, Ling Xiao had already planned to refine it. However, he didn't have the materials and his cultivation didn't meet the requirements. Now that he came to the White Tiger continent, he naturally had to give it a try. The fledgling dragon pill was a pill that stimulated a martial artist's potential. It was very precious and extremely difficult to refine. After consuming it, it could greatly stimulate a martial artist's body, inner strength, and soul potential. Even though it couldn't directly increase cultivation, it could make it easier. If it was consumed with the Big Dipper earthly fiend Scarlet Young Malatang, the effect would naturally be better. Currently, there was basically no need to worry about the materials for the Spirit Awakening pill. Even though many of the materials were very precious, with the development of Sky Sea City's bazaar, as long as one had enough spirit stones, there was no need to worry about not being able to buy them. However, the fledgling dragon pill required an extremely precious material, and that was the dragon bloodgrass. The dragon bloodgrass was the key medicinal herb to complement the fledgling dragon blood. It definitely couldn't be lacking. Otherwise, normal martial artists wouldn't be able to withstand the fledgling blood's might. As for the fledgling dragon blood, it wasn't a problem to Ling Xiao. He raised a group of dragons under him who concealed their identities. Before coming to the White Tiger continent, those people voluntarily donated some blood. Anyway, it wouldn't cause harm to the body. To them, this didn't count for much. However, Ling Xiao was still very grateful to them. After all, looking at the entire mystic world, the only person who could obtain this fledgling dragon blood was probably him, Ling Xiao. After all, before he rescued Long Chen and the rest, the Dragon Clan was basically already declared extinct. He did not go to the roadside stalls to search, but directly went to the shops to inquire. Ordinary precious medicinal herbs were very rarely encountered at roadside stalls, unless it was a martial artist with special needs who would use medicinal herbs to exchange for medicinal herbs or medicinal pills. Otherwise, it was safer in the shops. Walking down this round, the Spirit Awakening pills materials were all gathered and could be refined at any time. However, the Mystic Realms map, this sort of thing, was still without any news. Thinking about it, Mystic Realms map, who would easily take it out and give it to others? If there was, that person would definitely use it himself first. Also, he did not find the dragon bloodgrass, which greatly disappointed him. One had to know that he was originally very confident in the Sky Sea City's market. Friend, do you have any requests? Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave to refine the Spirit Awakening pill for Cold Plum to consume, a voice called out to him. It was a middle-aged man with a cultivation of about the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm, which was exactly the same cultivation as Ling Xiao's current appearance. That's right. Do you have a way? Ling Xiao asked. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and I can tell you a good place that will definitely let you get what you want. The middle-aged man chuckled. Here you go. Lead the way. Ling Xiao did not hesitate. Although he also doubted whether the middle-aged man was telling the truth, how would he know if he didn't try? Anyway, the middle-aged man could not escape from his grasp. If he dared to trick him, he would let the middle-aged man know his power. However, It turned out that his worries were unnecessary. Although the middle-aged man looked a little wretched, he really had to do things after taking the money. He brought Ling Xiao to a place. This is a free market specially opened by the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Anyone can set up a stall here to sell their goods. Of course, the majority of the people who come here want to barter. If you need anything, you can take out your own valuable items and trade with them. The middle-aged man pointed to a huge square, which was actually filled with stalls. Every stall was different in size, but basically, there was a martial artist sitting cross-legged in front of each stall. Some of them even had a banner with the words, XX for XX, only exchange, not sale. Chapter 1729. In the free market of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, one only needed to pay a fixed rental fee. No matter what one sold, it was calculated according to the stall and time, so it was very cost-effective. The daily rental of a stall was 100 low-grade spirit stones, which was very cheap. For Ling Xiao, this was undoubtedly a last resort, but it was definitely a good idea. He had a lot of very good pills that he could use to trade with others for dragon bloodgrass, or a map of the secret realm. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao walked towards the free market management office and paid 100 low-grade spiritual stones as rent. Then, he obtained a fixed stall. He took out 10 exquisite yin-yang elemental energy pills from his storage ring. These yin-yang elemental energy pills were all perfect and belonged to the low-grade black-grade pills. It was suitable for all yin-yang realm martial artists. Its function was to strengthen yin-yang elemental energy, replenish yin-yang elemental energy, and promote cultivation. Although it was not a top-grade pill, it was very suitable for yin-yang realm martial artists. Before Ling Xiao came to the White Tiger continent, he had refined about 100 pills for his own use. There was absolutely no problem taking out 10 pills to exchange for things. Some people might ask, can low-grade black-grade pills really be exchanged for a map of the secret realm or dragon bloodgrass? The answer was yes, because there were probably no more than 5 pharmacists in the entire White Tiger continent who could refine black-grade pills. Ling Xiao was one, Medicine King Sun Sa was another, and Sun Lingchan was probably also one. As for the rest, Ling Xiao did not know. After all, he was not familiar with the situation of the Jingyi school. However, since Medicine King Sun Sa was known as the Medicine King, there were probably only 1 or 2 pharmacists who were stronger than him. In any case, there were only 2 sources for yin-yang elemental energy pills in the entire White Tiger continent. One was Medicine King Sun Sa's Medicine King Pavilion, and the other was the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Medicine King Pavilion was a place that specialized in selling finished pills, while the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's products were more complicated and the sources of pills were also very wide. They might even be goods from a more powerful continent. Anyway, they were very expensive. Young man, I advise you to put away these 10 pills as soon as possible. With your cultivation, you will definitely be targeted if you put these things out. The man who brought Ling Xiao to the market hurriedly said, "Thank you for your concern. However, this is the only thing that can be exchanged for what I want." Ling Xiao now felt that one really couldn't judge a book by its cover in this world. It was really rare for someone with such a wretched appearance to be so warm-hearted. I've already said what I should say. If you insist on doing this, don't blame me for not reminding you. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company only provides stalls, but they don't provide any protection. If you really encounter trouble, they definitely won't intervene. That person sighed and hurriedly walked to the side, as if he was afraid of being implicated. Ling Xiao still smiled at him as a form of gratitude. A gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. There was nothing wrong with this person's actions. Anyway, this person did not have any special relationship with Ling Xiao. Moreover, he had specially reminded him not to display such a precious thing. He had already done his utmost benevolence. Ling Xiao was grateful, but he had no choice. He had to do this. After putting the items on the stall, Ling Xiao personally wrote down what he wanted to exchange. Dragon's bloodgrass and valuable map of the secret territory. I don't want anything else. Only exchange. He wrote down this banner so that he would not waste his saliva later. After all, there would definitely be people coming over to inquire. In fact, when he had just placed the 10 perfect grade yin-yang elemental force pills on the stall, The warriors passing by seemed to have smelled the abundant energy of the yin-yang elemental force pills. Many pairs of eyes looked over and landed on those pills. Good pills. They look much better than the yin-yang elemental force pills sold by the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. How can such a young guy deserve a mysterious grade pill? Many people secretly thought in their hearts and looked around the stall at the same time. Noticing that there were no experts around Ling Xiao to protect him, the greed and ferocity in these people's eyes became more obvious. Ling Xiao's soul power was terrifying. With just a slight scan, he sensed the intentions of these people. However, this was within his expectations. He did not care. Instead, he sat cross-legged and started cultivating. Of course, this kind of cultivation was shallow and could be interrupted at any time without any side effects. He did not know when he would meet someone who really had the dragon's bloodgrass or the map of the secret territory. Hence, he could not waste time. He casually swallowed a yin-yang elemental force pill. The shocking yin-yang elemental force formed an energy storm around his body. Of course, this was an advertisement. He wanted to show these people that his yin-yang elemental force pills were much better than those of the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Then, he absorbed the energy storm into his body and started to break through the cultivation barrier. Currently, his cultivation was at the early stage of yin-yang realm. He dared not say that he could win against Sun Xiao demonic beast. He only had a 50% chance. Previously, he was able to defeat his opponent so easily because he had disrupted his opponent's rhythm at the beginning. In addition, he had used the Sky Tyrant martial soul at the end. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult. Ling Xiao had already calculated that the current him could easily kill someone one level higher than him in an instant. It wouldn't take him too much time to challenge someone 2 levels higher. He would only need 70% of his power to defeat his opponent. Challenging someone 3 levels higher would require him to go all out and even use his Overlord martial soul. As for challenging someone 4 levels higher, that was simply impossible. Unless he got the help of the Butterfly Lady or Yuan Venerate, he could only choose to flee. Thus, the refinement of the fledgling dragon pill was actually very urgent. It was for the sake of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's martialists and, more importantly, for himself. Those people would only be safe if he was strong enough. Secret technique, appraisal eye. Among the crowd, there were a few people whose eyes flickered with a strange light. This was a very popular secret technique in the White Tiger continent called the appraisal eye. Only yin-yang realm martialists could use it, and it consumed their soul power. After learning it, one could use the strength of their soul power to appraise their opponent's cultivation and the value of certain items. Of course, not everyone had the appraisal eye, not just because it required special cultivation manuals and materials. More importantly, it had a higher requirement on one's soul power. Most martialists simply couldn't meet the requirements. It's actually a perfect grade yin-yang essence pill. The person who used the appraisal eye first looked at the yin-yang essence pill, probably trying to determine whether there was a need to purchase it. It would have been better if he hadn't appraised it. However, he was shocked by the effects of the yin-yang essence pill. It's really a perfect grade yin-yang essence pill. Gosh, even the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company have never had such a good pill. Where did this young man come from? Another person cried out in surprise. Chapter 1730. Originally, the person who used the appraisal light didn't want to say anything, but he subconsciously shouted out. It was too late for him to take back his words. Moreover, there were more than 1 or 2 people in the crowd who had the appraisal eye. Even if they didn't say anything, others would know. That kid's cultivation is only at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. He's probably a disciple of a famous master. After discovering Ling Xiao's cultivation, many people became cautious. He had such good pills, but his cultivation was so low. If he didn't have someone supporting him, who would dare to display such precious pills here? They looked at the kid who placed the pills on the stall and was still cultivating. He was obviously not afraid that someone would come and snatch the pills. It wouldn't make sense to say that he didn't have anyone supporting him. People weren't fools. Moreover, the stronger a cultivator was, the more cautious they would be in many things. In their opinion, Killing the kid in front of them and snatching the Yin Yang Essence Force pills was not a problem. However, the problem was, once the expert behind the kid made a move, would they really be able to escape? What's more, with so many people eyeing the pill covetously, whoever went to snatch the pill would probably become the target of public criticism. Unless one was a lunatic or a fool, no one would make such a stupid mistake. Although they didn't dare to snatch the pills, it didn't stop people from inquiring. A man with a cold face walked out from the crowd. The most obvious thing about him was his triangular eyes. They were like the eyes of a snake, emitting a sinister and cold aura. "Young man, I have a map of the secret realm. How about exchanging it for 10 Yin Yang Essence Force pills?" That person stepped forward and said with a smile. His smile seemed fake. Ling Xiao opened his eyes slowly and glanced at the man. "Depending on the quality of the map, you can exchange it for different amounts of Yin Yang Essence Force pills. Let me see the map." "Why? You don't believe me?" The man with the triangular eyes was stunned. "Why should I believe you? We don't know each other. I don't even know if your map is real or fake. Of course, I have to appraise it." The man with the triangular eyes chuckled. "That's true." He casually placed the map on the stone table in front of him. This stone table was in front of every stall. It could be used to store things or to block customers from entering the stall. He laughed in his heart. Although his map of the secret realm was fake, even the appraisal eye would not be able to distinguish it. The forgery technique was superb. He didn't believe that this stall owner could see anything. However, after a moment, Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I want to exchange the map of the secret realm, not a fake thing. Please take out the real thing." "Bullshit. You dare say that my map is fake? I spent a lot of money to buy this. How could it be fake?" The triangular-eyed man was furious. Many people also used appraisal eyes to appraise the item, but they couldn't tell that it was fake. Hence, they started discussing among themselves. "Young man, you don't have good eyesight. This map is indeed real. We have appraisal eyes, but you don't." Someone said directly to Ling Xiao, "Is the appraisal eye very powerful?" Ling Xiao looked at the man with disdain and said, "Whether it's true or not, he knows best. Don't pester him endlessly." He had heard of the appraisal eye's secret skill. If he didn't have the Tai Chi eye, he might find a way to get a set to learn. However, his Tai Chi eye was much more powerful than the appraisal eyes. Hence, there was no need for that. The triangular-eyed man clearly knew that the map of the secret realm was fake, but he was still pestering him endlessly. He was bullying him because his cultivation was weak and wanted to buy it by force. "I wanted to make a good deal with you, but I didn't expect you to be so rude. You can keep the map of the secret realm. I'll take all 10 Yin Yang Essence Energy pills." There was killing intent in the triangular-eyed man's eyes. Of course, there was more greed in his eyes. No one stood out to speak for this young man. Even if this young man had a backer, he shouldn't be here. He didn't believe that the triangular-eyed man would be able to find him after he took the items. "Are you planning to rob me openly?" Ling Xiao looked at the triangular-eyed man mockingly. There was contempt in his cold eyes. "This is called an exchange, not a robbery. You're just a martial artist at the 4th level of the Yin Yang realm, but you have so many Yin Yang Essence Energy pills. You might have stolen them from somewhere. It's good enough that I didn't inform the royal guards. If you know what's good for you, you'd better accept this deal. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." The triangular-eyed man's attitude became extremely tough. He looked like he was going to attack at the slightest disagreement. When the crowd saw this, they naturally sympathized with Ling Xiao. However, most of them were gloating. In this world, if you didn't have the ability, don't show off your treasures. Since you took them out, don't blame others for being greedy. Although it didn't make sense, this was the reality. In the mystic world, if you lost something or were killed, most people wouldn't blame the killer, but the trash who was killed. Since you knew you weren't strong enough, why did you keep the treasures with you? This wasn't a world that talked about reason. It was a world that talked about strength. It would be difficult for a newcomer to adapt to this situation. However, Ling Xiao had experienced too much. Although he was young, he had already seen through this world. What a nice way to put the blame on the victim. "I won't sell it to you today. What can you do?" He saw clearly that the triangular-eyed man wanted to snatch the yin-yang essence force pills from him because of his low cultivation. Hence, when facing such a person, the only way to solve the problem was to subdue him with lightning speed. The triangular-eyed man's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. In front of him, he was merely a hopping locust. Good lad. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. I'd like to see what you're relying on. The triangular-eyed man sneered and reached out to grab the 10 yin-yang essence force pills on the stall. If the deal didn't work out, he would snatch them openly because he thought he was stronger than Ling Xiao. The triangular-eyed man had already thought of a way out. He had a secret technique that could temporarily hide his whereabouts. After snatching the yin-yang essence force pills, he would discard a few of them to attract everyone's attention. Then, he would use the secret technique to escape. As long as he could blend into the crowd, he wouldn't have to worry. This plan could be said to be perfect. However, the plan miscalculated a very important part. That was the strength of the stall's owner, Ling Xiao. You'd better withdraw your hand. Otherwise, leave this hand behind. Ling Xiao gave a final warning. This was also a warning before he attacked. However, the triangular-eyed man obviously didn't understand Ling Xiao's intention. He still extended his hand and had no intention of withdrawing it. A strange black shadow flashed past. The triangular-eyed man's right hand was directly cut off from the shoulder. The hand spun in the air and landed on the ground under the crowd's gaze. Chapter 1731. Ah! A belated scream came out of the triangular-eyed man's mouth. He howled as if he had seen a ghost. The place where his right hand was broken was dripping with blood. The scene was very bloody. However, Ling Xiao was still sitting there as if nothing had happened. What was going on? Exclamations came from the crowd. Most people did not see what had just happened. Only a few warriors with higher cultivation and better eyesight saw the appearance of a black shadow. However, they still did not see clearly what the black shadow was. Do you think you can rob me just because you are stronger than me? Unfortunately, in my eyes, you are an idiot who overestimates himself. Ling Xiao raised his head slightly and looked at the triangular-eyed man with a sarcastic smile. Ah, ghost, ghost. The triangular-eyed man turned around and ran away in horror. He did not even want his broken arm. He was really scared out of his wits. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even realize who attacked him and how he was attacked. To him, this was simply a nightmare. Hee, don't be nervous. If you are sincere about making a deal, bring the real dragon's blood herb and a valuable map of the secret territory. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd and smiled. Of course, if someone tries to rob me in vain, I will not just break his arm next time. If I attack again, I will kill him. He had a smile on his face, but he said very scary words. This made the crowd have a strong fear of this very young guy. This guy is a little strange. Yes, I did not see what was going on with the attack just now. What a pity. The dragon's blood herb is very precious. It is not easy to get. The same goes for the map of the secret territory. Most warriors use a good map of the secret territory for themselves. After all, the secret territory is something that can only be found by chance. Very few people will sell it. It seems that the yin-yang elemental strength pill is not fated to be with us. The crowd discussed animatedly. They could see that Ling Xiao was not to be trifled with. However, they were really unwilling to give up on the yin-yang elemental energy pills so easily. Furthermore, it was a perfect yin-yang elemental energy pill. But that wasn't important. What was important was that what happened here had already been seen by many people in the free market. With so many people here, there was a high chance that someone would have the dragon bloodgrass in the map of the secret realm. Even the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would be tempted by a perfect grade yin-yang elemental energy pill. On this point, Ling Xiao absolutely believed. Therefore, he only needed to wait here. Sooner or later, someone would come knocking on his door. There was an endless stream of people in the free market. Almost every customer who had just arrived would hear about the perfect grade yin-yang elemental force pill and come over to appraise it. It was a pity that when they saw the words trade but not sell, they felt helpless. They had plenty of spirit stones, but they couldn't take out the dragon bloodgrass and the map of the secret realm. When there were no guests, Ling Xiao's eyes were closed, and he continued to cultivate for a long time. The pedestrians coming and going did not affect his cultivation. After an hour of cultivation, the remaining energy from the Tai Chi stone was basically completely absorbed. His cultivation had also broken through from the early stage of yin-yang realm to the middle stage of yin-yang realm, although it was only a small improvement. However, a big step was always accumulated from countless small steps. He was not in a hurry. He continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. After absorbing the remaining energy from the Tai Chi stone, there was still the energy from the ice fire grass. He used a portion of the ice fire grass energy to help Lu Lian recover her cultivation, but that was only about 30%. The remaining 70% was enough to help him improve his cultivation by a large margin. In front of everyone, he still chewed the yin-yang elemental energy pill like a snack and digested it. The powerful origin energy storm attracted more and more people to watch. Among them, there were many martial artists from the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, as well as some disciples from the big families in the Heavenly Sea City. After all, a perfect grade yin-yang elemental energy pill had never appeared in the Heavenly Sea City. The heaven and earth spirit chi here is abnormally abundant. It seems like the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company chose to set up a free market here for a reason. Another hour passed, and the sky was getting dark. Ling Xiao did not manage to wait for a real customer, but his cultivation was about to break through again. However, at this moment, a burly man appeared in front of the stall. Bang! A huge palm slammed hard on the stone platform. With just one hit, the stone platform was smashed into pieces. The terrifying sound was like thunder. Many martial artists were so frightened that they covered their ears. Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the impact, did not look too good either. Just as he was about to break through, the man did that. Although it would not cause any harm to him, it made his cultivation go down the drain. His cultivation returned to the middle stage of yin-yang realm. Not only that, but he also wasted 30% of the ice fire grass energy. Ling Xiao's heart was bleeding, and his anger was burning. However, the burly man in front of the stall did not know what he had done. He pointed his finger at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Kid, I don't have the dragon's blood grass, nor do I have a map of the secret territory, but I have spiritual stones. I'll take your 10 yin-yang elemental force pills. Get lost." Ling Xiao abruptly opened his eyes. His eyes had turned blood red, and a terrifying voice rang out like a thunderclap. The burly man was stunned for a moment before he returned to normal. "Boy, what's with your attitude? I'll kill you if you continue to talk nonsense." Ling Xiao was trying his best to suppress his killing intent. He could sense that the burly man was just someone's cannon fodder. The real mastermind was standing in the crowd. He was waiting for him to flip out and take the opportunity to make a move on the yin-yang elemental energy pills. "Kill me? I haven't flipped out yet, and you're already flipping out? You're asking for death." The burly man suddenly took out a heavy sword from his storage ring. It seemed to weigh a few 100 kilograms. Then, he swung it at Ling Xiao's head in front of everyone. The heavy sword cut through the void, and a strong wind blew. The martial artists who were close to it could feel a chill in their limbs. It was terrifying. "I've given you a chance. You're the one who doesn't understand how precious it is." The cold voice was like a voice from hell, and it made the burly man's body tremble violently. Three-leaf magic eyes, magic light attack. Ling Xiao's body still did not move, but his right eye released a black light. Not only did it send the heavy sword flying, but it also sent the burly man flying. He landed in the crowd dozens of meters away. His body twitched a few times, and then he stopped moving. Ling Xiao's attack was filled with hatred. Naturally, he did not show any mercy. Since the other party already had the intention to kill him, why should he show mercy? However, when he turned around to look at the stall, he found that the 10 yin-yang elemental energy pills had disappeared. Chapter 1732. You're really fast. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. I've said it before. I'll kill anyone who tries to steal my yin-yang elemental energy pills. As his voice rang out, a crack appeared in the void. A martial artist covered in blood was pulled out from the crack. The 10 yin-yang elemental energy pills were taken back by Ling Xiao in perfect condition and placed back on the stall. What a terrifying young man. He can even find a martial artist who used a concealment technique. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. They thought that the young man would admit defeat this time. Who knew that the one who fell in the end would be the martial artist who took the yin-yang elemental energy pills? Die. The martial artist who was pulled out tried to escape, but how could Ling Xiao let him go? Ling Xiao had already said before that whoever dared to make a move on his medicinal pills would be killed. Since someone disregarded his advice and insisted on sending himself to his death, he could not be blamed. With a casual flick of his hand, a shadow all pierced through the void and pierced the martial artist's head. The martial artist stood there in horror. His body was still in a running posture. It was a pity that he would not live to see tomorrow. Ling Xiao would not be soft-hearted when killing people. He would not kill those who should not be killed. He would not let any of those who deserved to die go. The most important thing was that the strongest martial artist who wanted to steal his pills was only at the 6th level of the yin-yang realm, the same as his cultivation. Such trash dared to provoke him. They were really overestimating themselves. However, there were still people who were not afraid of death. Even though Ling Xiao had already killed 2 people, a hand still reached out from the ground and tried to steal the 10 yin-yang elemental energy pills while Ling Xiao was not paying attention. A puppet beast? Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye turned and discovered that it was a puppet beast with strange tentacles hidden underground. It was not a martial artist. This martial artist was smart to think of such a method. He thought that even if he failed, Ling Xiao would not be able to find him. He was too naive. Ling Xiao hit the ground with his palm. A shadow all pierced through the ground and hit the puppet beast. At the same time, he released his soul power and instantly locked onto the mastermind. That person saw that his plan had failed and turned to flee. He did not stop at all. Since you're here, why leave? Son of Shadow, Shadow kill. Ling Xiao did not leave the stall, but that person died dozens of meters away. The Son of Shadow's attack range was thousands of meters. After killing the 3 people, Ling Xiao was still sitting cross-legged. The 10 yin-yang elemental force pills were still placed on the stall, as if nothing had happened. The 3 of them had coveted the yin-yang essence force pill. In the end, all 3 of them died. This incident caused the martial artists who had been eyeing the yin-yang essence force pill to restrain themselves. After another hour, the sky was dark. Ling Xiao sighed. He had broken through to the late stage of the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. However, he still had no clue about the dragon bloodgrass and the map of the mystery realm. He did not want to delay any longer. Since he could not get them, he would think about it later. Next, he had to refine the spirit sobering pill and solve the problem with cold plum. Thinking of this, he packed up his stall and left. Returning to the Tower of Heroes, he spent a quarter of an hour to refine the spirit awakening pill, saving Lung Mei from the separation of her divine soul. Long Chun was still cultivating at this moment. Cold Plum also returned to her cultivation state. After all, not everyone could break through as easily as Ling Xiao. He had the Tai Chi Eye and the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind came from outside the door. Ling Xiao did not even look at the gust of wind. Instead, he rushed out and chased after the person who shot the hidden weapon. The gust of wind must be a hidden weapon. With Dan Feng around, it could not hurt anyone. Young Hero Ling, you're amazing. I didn't want to show myself, but you still found me. In a small alley a few hundred meters away from the outstanding person pavilion, the person stopped and looked back at Ling Xiao. He then cupped his hands and said, Young Hero Ling, don't be nervous. I'm a martial artist from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. I have no hostility toward you. What did that mean? Ling Xiao asked coldly. I heard that young Hero Ling needs the dragon bloodgrass and the map of the mystery realm, so I came to deliver the news, the martial artist explained. Ling Xiao was stunned. He felt that he was too nervous and misunderstood the other party. Who sent you? Master Ji Qing. The man replied, You're a VIP of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Since you need the information, we'll deliver it to you. Actually, you seem to have neglected your privilege. If you need it, You can use the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's intelligence system to serve you. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and scolded himself for being so stupid. He actually forgot such a convenient thing. He deserved to be tired. Then if young Hero Ling has nothing else, I'll take my leave. The man cupped his hands and said, "Goodbye, goodbye. Thank you for the information." Ling Xiao was a very simple person. If others were good to him, he would be good to them. If others hurt him, he would not show mercy. It was that simple. After returning to the Outstanding Person Pavilion, Dan Feng gave him a note. The information on it was very clear. If you want the Dragon Blood Grass, you can find Sun Lingchan of the Medicine King Pavilion. If you want the map of the Mystery Realm, you can go to the Sky Sea Underground City to participate in the Death Arena. If you win, you'll definitely get a high-grade map of the Mystery Realm, but it's very dangerous. Dan Feng, please continue to watch over everyone. I have to go and try. If I don't come back, you don't have to wait. Do what you have to do. I won't die. Ling Xiao reminded, if you really meet an opponent that you can't handle, then use the formation refining stone I gave you to escape. Don't fight head-on. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You have to be careful too. The Moon Lady, the demonic liquor sword, and your grandfather Hong Qi are all not here. If you really meet a strong opponent, you can't be rash. Dan Feng was actually not worried about their safety. After what happened during the day, as long as they stayed in the Outstanding Person Pavilion, they would not be safe. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had offended too many people. He was probably in the most danger. After leaving the Outstanding Person Pavilion, Ling Xiao went to the Medicine King Pavilion of the Sky Sea City under the cover of the night. Now that the White Tiger meet was around the corner, the martial artists who were going to participate in the meet would probably come to the Sky Sea City. As one of the Sky Sea City's 4 heroes, Sun Lingchan would naturally come. Ling Xiao did not know Sun Lingchan, but this did not stop him from doing business with him. The Medicine King Pavilion in the night was brightly lit. One could see that the lights were all formed by small special arrays. They absorbed the light of the sun and moon and stored it before releasing it. Chapter 1733. The lights in the Medicine King's Pavilion could even show different colors. It was really magical. Ling Xiao could not help but take a few more glances. Hurry up. Fairy Longchan is going to distribute the pills. Don't miss it. Just as Ling Xiao was about to step into the Medicine King Pavilion, a group of people suddenly ran over from not far away. They were all rushing into the Medicine King Pavilion. Ling Xiao couldn't help but follow the crowd and walk in as well. On the first floor of the Medicine King Pavilion, one could see dozens of martial artists with powerful cultivation dressed in uniforms standing around. Cold gazes were cast on all the martial artists who stepped into the Medicine King Pavilion. Those who need pills, line up. The rules are the same as usual. Only the martial artists who urgently need pills will be given out. I hope that some people who want to fish in troubled waters will be disciplined. In the pavilion, there was a woman wearing a veil. Her appearance could not be seen clearly, but one could feel the otherworldly immortal aura exuding from her body. This woman should be Sun Longchan, but she was a little different from Ji Luoyu's description. The one who spoke was the maidservant beside Sun Longchan. She was dressed in men's clothes and held a sword in her hand. She was very delicate and pretty. To be honest, even if it was this maidservant, she would definitely be considered a first-class beauty. The so-called distribution of pills looked a little like some kind rich people giving food to beggars. Could it be that this Sun Longchan was a kind person with a bodhisattva's heart? Ling Xiao was puzzled. He followed the crowd and approached the stall. Everyone was lining up. If he did not walk, he would be pushed forward. Brother, looking at you, you don't seem to care about those pills. Are you here to see Fairy Longchan? Behind Ling Xiao, a martial artist asked with a smile with saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiao immediately understood. It seemed that many people in this crowd were here for Sun Longchan's beauty. Even if they could not see her face, seeing her flawless figure was also a kind of enjoyment. Ling Xiao understood these people very well. One had to know that Sun Longchan was barefoot at this time. Her feet were perfect as if carved from white jade. As long as it was a man who knew how to appreciate women, he wouldn't dislike her tender hands that stretched out of her clothes. Perhaps all men would want to hold her little feet in front of their chest and carefully admire them, letting those little hands caress their bodies.
Yes.
After responding casually, Ling Xiao ignored the man's nagging voice. He had seen women more beautiful than Sun Lingchan, so his resistance was naturally stronger. The team continued to move forward, and Ling Xiao soon arrived in front of Sun Lingchan. Sun Lingchan glanced at Ling Xiao and asked softly, "What medicinal pills do you need? You can choose any medicinal pill below the profound grade and take it for free." "I want the dragon blood grass." Ling Xiao wasn't interested in elixirs below the mysterious grade. His purpose for coming here this time was for the dragon blood grass. "What?" Sun Lingchan seemed to be taken aback for a moment before she let out a bell-like laughter. Under this laughter, many men almost entered a state of absent-mindedness and were infatuated. However, Ling Xiao's expression remained indifferent. This surprised Sun Lingchan quite a bit. She smiled and asked, "What do you want the dragon blood grass for?" "Why? Do I need a reason to make a deal? I can use 5 perfect grade yin-yang elemental energy pills to exchange for it," Ling Xiao said lightly. His voice was calm, but the moment he spoke, there was a commotion in the hall of the Medicine King. It turned out that what happened in the free market during the day had already spread to many people's ears. "You're the young man who traded yin-yang elemental energy pills in the free market and killed 3 martial artists in the end?" Sun Lingchan seemed to have heard about this too. "That's right." Ling Xiao didn't hide it. "Interesting. Hua, help me continue to distribute the medicinal pills. I want to have a chat with this young master." Sun Lingchan smiled faintly, and her voice was very sweet. However, this made countless martial artists who came to admire Sun Lingchan envious. All of them stared at Ling Xiao with murderous gazes. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this. He only cared about Sun Lingchan's dragon blood grass. He followed Sun Lingchan to the lounge on the 2nd floor. This place was very spacious and should be a place for VIPs to rest. However, it happened to be empty at this time, so Sun Lingchan used this place as her guest room. "You're Ling Xiao, right? His Majesty the Celestial Emperor?" Sun Lingchan sat on the soft seat in a very ladylike manner. That posture gave off a feeling of superiority, as if she was a queen. "That's right." Ling Xiao nodded. "How do you know I have the dragon blood grass?" Sun Lingchan asked again. "I guessed." Ling Xiao said lightly, "You're the daughter of the Medicine King Sun Sa and the future successor of the Medicine King Hall. If even you don't have the dragon blood grass, I'm afraid you won't be able to find it in the entire Tianhai Empire." He. Sun Lingchan just smiled faintly. As for whether she believed Ling Xiao's words, she didn't know. "What do you want the dragon blood grass for?" Sun Lingchan finally got to the point. "That's a very precious herb that can be used to refine many precious mysterious grade medicinal pills." "To refine medicinal pills?" Ling Xiao replied faintly. "To refine the fledgling dragon pill." He didn't lie. Lying in front of such a smart woman was purely self-deceiving. Not only would he not be able to deceive the other party, but it might also cause his image to collapse in the other party's eyes. If the other party wasn't happy, the dragon bloodgrass might not be willing to trade. Fledgling dragon pill. Sun Lingchan revealed a shocked expression. "You can actually refine mysterious grade medicinal pills?" "Why not?" Ling Xiao asked back. In fact, whether he admitted it or not, the Medicine King Sun Sa would know about it. It was only a matter of time before Sun Lingchan found out. It was better to let the other party feel his weight, and the success rate of this trade would be higher. "Haha, I thought you were a promising young man and wanted to be friends with you, but I didn't expect you to boast so shamelessly. Even I can't refine a profound grade pill. How can you refine one?" Sun Lingchan smiled coldly and stood up to see the guest out. "Ha ha ha, I didn't think that Sun Lingchan, one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai, was just a frog at the bottom of a well. You can go ask your father, Medicine King Sun Zai, and see my ability in alchemy." Ling Xiao wasn't nervous. Instead, he laughed loudly and suppressed Sun Lingchan's arrogant aura. If you have the ability, you can be arrogant. It's the same with alchemy. No matter how beautiful you are, you still need to use medicinal pills. If I can refine mysterious grade medicinal pills, you have to look up to me. It's that simple. The corner of Sun Lingchan's mouth twitched. She immediately ordered someone to check the information. After a while, that person came back and whispered a few words in her ear. Sun Lingchan's expression couldn't be seen clearly, but after hearing that person's words, Sun Lingchan's attitude took a 180-degree turn. It was obvious that she had found some information about Ling Xiao, especially information about alchemy. Chapter 1734. I have 20 stalks of dragon bloodgrass here. It's the entire stock of the Medicine King Pavilion. This herb is very rare and hard to collect. I can give it to you for free. Sun Lingchan suddenly said, Fairy Lingchan, if you have anything to say, just say it. I, Ling Xiao, am not a kid anymore. I don't believe that there will be free deals in this world. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Hee, if that's the case, then I won't beat around the bush. I'll give you 20 stalks of dragon bloodgrass for free. I want 15 fledgling dragon pills. Sun Lingchan said with a smile. That's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head. Then tell me your price. Sun Lingchan's asking price was very high. Therefore, she wasn't surprised that Ling Xiao rejected her. Simple, 20 stalks of dragon bloodgrass. Moreover, you have to provide 20 fledgling dragon pills. After that, I can only give you 5 fledgling dragon pills. Of course, they are perfect grade fledgling dragon pills. Ling Xiao said indifferently, if it's not possible, then forget it. His attitude was very firm. This was because he firmly believed that even Medicine King Sun Sa couldn't refine perfect grade fledgling dragon pills. This was his biggest advantage. Perfect grade. Sun Lingchan was a little out of control. Although she tried her best to keep calm, she still couldn't control herself. Young Master Ling, you're a little black-hearted. Black-hearted? Ling Xiao smiled and said, I can't choose not to buy the dragon bloodgrass from you. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company probably has it too. However, you definitely won't be able to find a second alchemist in the White Tiger mainland who can refine perfect grade fledgling dragon pills. This is called a rare commodity worth hoarding. The market determines the value. Hee, young Master Ling is really eloquent. All right, 5 pills it is. However, they must be perfect grade. Otherwise, you should know the consequences of toying with my Medicine King Pavilion. Sun Lingchan smiled and agreed. Just like what Ling Xiao said, there probably wasn't a second alchemist in the White Tiger mainland who could refine perfect grade profound grade elixir pills. Even her father, Medicine King Sun Sa, couldn't do it. I won't find trouble for myself. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of trouble, but he wouldn't cause trouble for himself. All right then. Hualu, go and get 20 stalks of dragon bloodgrass for this young master. Sun Lingchan smiled and instructed the maidservant beside her. The maidservant acknowledged and then left. About 15 minutes later, he returned with a box carved out of white jade. There were indeed 20 stalks of dragon's bloodgrass in it. In addition, there were 2 martial artists following behind him, carrying 2 chests. Inside the chests were medicinal herbs for refining the fledgling dragon pill. I've prepared a total of 40 sets of medicinal ingredients. After all, there is still a possibility of failure. However, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I want 5 perfect grade fledgling dragon pills. If I can't do it, it won't be good for us. Sun Lingchan said the ugly words first, so as to avoid falling out with them in the future, which would make everyone look bad. Of course, Ling Xiao was secretly laughing in his heart. This was equivalent to him getting 20 sets of medicinal ingredients for free. These medicinal ingredients were worth hundreds of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. If he were to buy them, he would not be able to afford them now. In that case, Fairy Lingchan, I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao kept the items in his storage ring and turned to leave. However, he did not expect a sudden chuckle from the door of the resting room. Sun Lingchan, didn't you say that your Medicine King Pavilion doesn't have dragon bloodgrass? When this voice was heard, a slender hand attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. This person might not know Ling Xiao, but it was obvious that she was also thinking about the dragon bloodgrass. Ling Xiao did not fight head-on. Instead, he flashed and stood aside. He did not want to be the sacrifice in the battle between Sun Lingchan and others. She was stunned for a moment, as if she did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to dodge her attack. Don't be surprised. He could even dodge the attack of the sacred sword of Wind Demon. Dodging your attack is nothing. Another voice was heard from outside the door. It was also a woman's voice, but it sounded more noble and graceful. Judging from the voice, it was definitely a woman from a prestigious family. I don't believe it. The woman who attacked earlier pounced on Ling Xiao again. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally saw her face clearly. She was extremely good-looking. This woman was dressed as a man and had a heroic spirit. She was even more beautiful than Sun Lingchan's servant girl. She was valiant and formidable. Originally, Ling Xiao liked this type of woman very much. However, today, he was a little unhappy. No one would be happy to be attacked for no reason. Take out all the dragon bloodgrass you have. I won't let you suffer. The woman pointed out her intentions as she attacked. It was as if she hoped that this would make Ling Xiao give up resisting stubbornly. However, once again, Ling Xiao easily dodged her attack and said indifferently, "You want me to take out something that's already in my storage ring? That's impossible. How much did you buy it for? I can buy it for 10 times the price." The woman attacked Ling Xiao again, and her voice was even sharper. Ling Xiao's heart was getting colder and colder. He was only giving face to Sun Lingchan, so he did not make a move, but the other party was actually so aggressive. It was simply unreasonable. Shangguan Qinger, this is the Medicine King Hall. Don't go overboard. Giving you 20 stalks of dragon's bloodgrass is simply a waste of resources. How many people in your royal family can refine perfect-grade fledgling dragon pills? Sun Lingchan's voice was heard. This was her territory. How could she not care if someone was behaving atrociously here? Although the other party had a respectable status and even she had to be wary of them, it would be too embarrassing for her to let them hurt Ling Xiao here. Shangguan Qinger was stunned for a moment and stopped attacking. She looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief, then looked at Sun Lingchan and said, "If you want to lie, you have to come up with something decent. Our royal family's imperial doctors can't refine a perfect-grade fledgling dragon pill, but they can still refine one with 80% perfection. Could it be that this lad can refine a perfect-grade fledgling dragon pill?" "That's right. He can refine it. I have already asked my father about this. Even my father highly admires this person." Sun Lingchan said calmly, "Impossible. What is his name?" Shangguan Qinger asked. "Ling Xiao." Sun Lingchan replied, "Ling Xiao? I have never heard of such a powerful alchemy master on the White Tiger continent. Sun Lingchan, are you bullying me because I am not well educated?" Shangguan Qinger was furious. "Hee, I advise you not to attack. I am not afraid that you will hurt him, but I am afraid that you will be hurt by him." Sun Lingchan smiled and said, "Today, he killed 3 martial artists who tried to snatch the yin-yang elemental strength pills from him in the free market." Yin-yang elemental strength pill? A perfect-grade yin-yang elemental strength pill? Shangguan Qinger's focus seemed to be different from what Sun Lingchan had thought. "Lad, sell me your perfect-grade yin-yang elemental strength pill. I will give you double the price." Shangguan Qinger seemed to be used to being overbearing and rude. When she spoke, she was completely bossy and did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Chapter 1735. Shangguan Qinger had an arrogant look on her face. It was as if whatever she said, others had to listen to her. If she wanted to buy Ling Xiao's elixirs, then Ling Xiao had to sell them. "I'm not selling," Ling Xiao said plainly. "I have already said that the yin-yang elemental force elixir is only for trade. If you don't have the dragon's bloodgrass or the map of the secret territory, then don't even think about it." "Are you selling or not?" Shangguan Qinger looked at Ling Xiao coldly, as if she wanted to kill him. "If I'm not selling, then I'm not selling. Are you planning to buy it by force?" Ling Xiao's gaze was equally cold. He had a special characteristic, which was that he could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If someone sat down and discussed it with him, then maybe he could sell it to them. After all, the dragon's bloodgrass was already in his hands. But now that the other party had such an attitude, how could he give in? "So what if I want to buy it by force? Do you know who I am?" Shangguan Qinger looked at Ling Xiao sarcastically and said, "On account of your ignorance, I will not argue with you. Take it out, and I will give you spiritual stones." Otherwise, if you offend me, even if Sun Ling-chan protects you, it will be useless. I don't care who you are, but I finally understand what you are. A dog raised by someone else to bite people. Is it because the leash is not tied properly? Ling Xiao's words were really merciless. He knew that the person outside the door was the real owner. As long as the person outside the door spoke, Shang Guanqinger would not dare to act recklessly. But now, it seemed that the person outside the door felt that what Shang Guanqinger did was not wrong. Shang Guanqinger's murderous aura was revealed, as if she did not care about Sun Ling-chan's warning at all. She was really going to rob him. The murderous aura enveloped Ling Xiao, revealing a resolute murderous intent, as if she had seen her enemy. Facing such an unreasonable woman, Ling Xiao did not back down. He stood there and looked at her coldly, and an even more terrifying murderous aura was released. The two murderous auras in the air collided and exploded. Both of them took a step back. Qinger, it's fine if you don't fight, but if you do, don't lose. The noble lady outside the door walked in and glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently, as if she didn't care about him at all. Why would she take a martial artist at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm seriously? Greetings, Crown Princess. When Sun Ling-chan saw this woman, he slowly stood up and said, Crown Princess? Ling Xiao finally understood why this woman was so overbearing. Crown Prince Tyranny Tianhai's woman. Rumor had it that not only was her cultivation terrifying, her status was also revered. You're welcome. The Crown Princess smiled slightly and then sat at the side. Her sitting posture was even more queen-like than Sun Ling-chan's. She was completely used to it. Understood, Your Highness the Crown Prince Consort. Shang Guanqinger smiled slightly. Since she had the Crown Princess promise, she did not need to hold back. Her figure suddenly flashed, and she charged toward Ling Xiao at an even faster speed than before. Obviously, she had not used her full strength just now because of the Crown Princess. You're indeed an obedient dog. You bite whoever your master tells you to. You're quite pretty, but it's a pity that you're a blind dog. Ling Xiao did not intend to dodge anymore. Previously, he did not attack because he was giving Sun Ling-chan face. However, it was obvious that Sun Ling-chan did not want to interfere in this matter. Therefore, he could only fight for his own face. Hee, this guy is really daring. He even dares to scold the Crown Princess's maid. Sun Ling-chan laughed happily. She had probably never seen such a daring person before. However, she did not know that Ling Xiao had even defeated Crown Prince Tyranny Tianhai. If he was afraid of a mere Crown Princess, it would be too embarrassing. You're courting death. Shang Guanqinger suddenly pulled out 2 broken swords. The blades were as thin as cicadas' wings. For a woman, they were the best weapons. The sword aura tore through the void and slashed toward Ling Xiao with a strong gust of wind. This was no longer as simple as fighting for the yin-yang elemental force pill. She wanted to kill him. Humph! Ling Xiao snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, Ice's fury appeared in his hand. A cold and gloomy aura circulated in the ice fury. The surrounding air became cold and gloomy. We don't know who's courting death yet. He smiled faintly and thrust out the ice fury. A terrifying cold aura broke through the air. Ding! Dang! Shang Guanqinger's sword was blocked by the ice fury. She felt a strange cold aura enter her arms through the sword. It was so cold that she almost threw the sword in her hand to the ground. At the same time, Ling Xiao also felt a strange and soft sword aura seeping into his meridians. It was trying to destroy his body. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. She was just a maid of the Crown Princess, yet her cultivation was so high. She was much stronger than the trash in the free market today. She was even comparable to the so-called 4 ferocious beasts of the heavenly ocean. Then how strong was the Crown Princess? How strong was Tyranny Tianhai? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao became even more obsessed with the dragon's bloodgrass. Whoever wanted to snatch it would die. The dragon's bloodgrass was the key to increasing his cultivation. Both of them took a step back and neutralized the sword aura in their bodies. You have some skills. No wonder you could kill those trash. But in front of me, Shang Guanqinger, you are still not worth mentioning. Shang Guanqinger waved the broken sword in her hand. The cold aura became even more dazzling. The soft sword aura was difficult to block. It was like using a stick to block the attack of a rope. There was no way to use force. Ordinary people would not be able to think of a reliable way to deal with this strange sword aura. However, Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye. In a moment, he found the weak spot of this poisonous snake. Get lost. Ling Xiao waved the ice fury in his hand. A scorching aura suddenly rose. Then, a golden crow flew across the sky. The scorching flames burned in the lounge. The Crown Princess and Sun Lingchan were stunned. Third profound light, golden crow soaring sun. Snake shadow sword aura. Shangguan Qinger waved the two swords in her hands continuously. The strange and flexible sword aura instantly tore the golden crow into pieces. Hee, interesting. It's a pity that you don't know what's good for you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I don't have any deep hatred for you. So, I will be merciful to you. Don't be stubborn. Otherwise, my next move will end your life. Although he was smiling, his voice was very cold. However, Shangguan Qinger seemed to treat his words as fart. She did not care at all. She continued to attack with the two swords. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. A dark demonic sword hung above his head. Fusion. The dark demonic sword was wrapped in the ice fury. The power of the sword in his hand increased tremendously. Then, Ling Xiao pointed the tip of the sword at Shangguan Qinger. A dark night sky appeared behind him. In the night sky, there was a terrifying beast roaring. This voice caused many martial artists in the lounge to feel their hearts palpitate. A terrifying and dark aura was released continuously. It was as if some monster was stepping out from the dark void. Shangguan Qinger was stunned. However, she did not stop attacking. The two swords released a shocking murderous aura. A huge snake appeared behind her. The snake had 8 heads. It was extremely strange. Chapter 1736. Seeing the strange, 9-headed snake martial soul behind Shangguan Qinger, Ling Xiao deduced that this woman's sword aura was cultivated because of the giant snake. The influence of a martial soul on a martial artist was indeed too great. Kill. There was no longer any emotion in Ling Xiao's eyes. He was as cold as a devil. Since his opponent was courting death, why should he show mercy? Light Shadow's third profound, sure kill, Doomsday of Taotai. A giant black shadow stretched its head out from the void, its terrifying eyes staring at the enemy in front of it. A brutal aura rose continuously. Ever since Ling Xiao merged the martial soul of Taotai and the primordial heavenly demon fighting spirit, the power of Doomsday of Taotai had once again become the most terrifying attack among all of Ling Xiao's killing moves. If he used this move, it would prove that he really had the intention to kill. No matter who it was, as long as their cultivation level was not higher than him by 3 levels, they would definitely die. A terrifying sword light enveloped Shangguan Qinger. The roar of the Taodai caused the entire Medicine King Hall to tremble. The pitch-black shadow had already penetrated the entire resting lounge and was spying on the woman not far away. Roar! The sword light flew out, releasing the roar of a giant beast. At that moment, all of Shangguan Qinger's sword shadows were torn apart, and the shadow of the giant snake behind her disappeared as well. Her eyes were dull and filled with fear, filled with despair. She was going to die? How was this possible? She was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but she was going to be killed by a martial artist at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could her opponent release such a terrifying ultimate move? This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, the shadow in the void was already attacking her, and it was useless to not believe it. Show mercy. Sun Lingchan and the Crown Princess actually attacked at the same time. The two of them released 2 even more astonishing auras, which directly destroyed the shadow in the void. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the 3 women in front of him. Shangguan Qinger was already very powerful. He had to use his strongest killing move to intimidate his opponents, and this was under the circumstance that his opponents did not know him well. Sun Lingchan and the Crown Princess were even more terrifying. His strongest killing move was not worth mentioning in front of these 2 women. As expected, the gap between them was still too big. However, he didn't intend to retreat. The dark demon's sword in his hand was still circulating with a terrifying aura. His body was gradually covered by a white bone armor. He entered the state of hell body. At this moment, there were already many martial art practitioners gathered in the lounge. As they watched the battle between Ling Xiao and Shangguan Qing'er, they were all extremely shocked. Shangguan Qing'er was a martial artist at the ninth heaven of the Yin-Yang realm. Although she was not ranked among the 7 little saints of Tianhai, it was not because she was not strong enough. It was because she was a female official in the palace and did not have the right to participate in the White Tiger meet. Although she was called a female official, she was actually just a slave. However, there was no doubt about his strength. But in the face of an unfamiliar young man, he was almost killed? If Sun Lingchan and the Crown Princess hadn't intervened, what would have happened? They can think of it with their thighs. This young man was too terrifying. He was simply a role model for the younger generation. "I will kill you." Shangguan Qing'er, who had been rescued, screamed, then pounced forward with all her might in an attempt to take revenge. She was a slave. If she was of no use to her master, the consequences could be imagined. "Enough. You are no match for him." The Crown Princess gently placed her hand on Shangguan Qing'er's shoulder. Her gentle voice had a tinge of coldness. "I have misjudged you." Then, she looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You are really skilled. With such strength, even in the Tianhai Empire, you can be ranked among the top 6. However, you still have to restrain yourself. Although the Tianhai Empire has the strength, there are many people who are not qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet. Qing'er is a slave. Otherwise, her name would have been among the 7 little saints. Mu Wanshuang is also a slave. However, she is one of the Tianhai 4 talents. Whether she can participate in the White Tiger meet or not depends on her master." Ling Xiao looked at the Crown Princess nonchalantly and said, "Haha, interesting, interesting. You are indeed the heavenly emperor of the Tianhai Empire." The Crown Princess laughed very casually. She no longer had the arrogance from before. "You flatter me. The Tianhai Empire is just a small and weak country in front of the Tianhai Empire. It is not worth mentioning." Ling Xiao knew his own weight, and he also knew the weight of the Tianhai Empire. It was precisely because he was inferior that he had to work even harder to become stronger. "Join the Crown Prince's guest delegation. You will definitely be put in an important position." The Crown Princess suddenly said, "Guest delegation?" Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect the Crown Princess's words to change so drastically. She was just praising him a moment ago, but now she was suddenly full of praise. "That's right. With your talent and ability, under the Crown Prince's nurturing, you will sooner or later become one of the best on the White Tiger continent." The Crown Princess smiled. Will the Crown Prince allow a guest delegation to be stronger than him? Ling Xiao didn't refuse the Crown Princess's request. The Crown Princess froze for a moment, then chuckled. "I understand. Your ambition is not small. Unfortunately, if your ambition is too great, you will sometimes be stuffed to death. Whether or not I will be stuffed to death is not up to you or the Crown Prince. It is up to me." Ling Xiao's confidence stemmed from his various abilities. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could still protect himself. As long as he was given enough time to grow, he would definitely surpass Tyranny Heavenly Seas. He had never doubted this point. "Good, very good. You are really good. Fairy Lingchan, sorry for disturbing you today. Let's chat again tomorrow. Qing'er, let's go." The Crown Princess looked deeply at Ling Xiao, then turned and left with Shangguan Qing'er. "Young Master Ling, you seem to have been targeted by Tyranny Heavenly Seas." Sun Lingchan sighed. Tyranny Heavenly Seas is incomparably tyrannical. They are the classic example of those who obey them prosper, and those who oppose them perish. If you don't obey them, you have to be careful of their revenge. However, they actually sent the Crown Princess to personally test you. They really think highly of you. You really weren't injured by the sacred sword of the Wind Demon? In the end, Sun Lingchan suddenly asked. "That's right." Ling Xiao nodded. A hint of surprise flashed across Sun Lingchan's eyes. The sacred sword of the Wind Demon was ranked 4th among the 4 prodigies of Heavenly Seas. However, if they really fought, she and Mu Wanshuang might not be able to win easily. Of course, Tyranny Heavenly Seas was an exception. That guy was so strong that he didn't seem human. Ling Xiao could actually survive the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. This meant that she, Sun Lingchan, might not be able to control him. Thinking of this, she made some last-minute changes to her original plan. Forcing him became preparing to befriend him. Of course, this still depended on whether Ling Xiao could survive the encirclement of strong enemies. A martial artist from the Sky Dragon continent who was so dazzling in Heavenly Sea City would probably attract a lot of trouble. "What's your cultivation like?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. He couldn't see through Sun Lingchan's cultivation, so he asked directly. Chapter 1737. Hee, it's stronger than the sacred wind demon sword. Sun Lingchan didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled and said, "You have to be careful of the crown princess. She's as scary as Tianhai Tyranny. She might be weaker in terms of strength, but she's very cunning." Fairy Lingchan is also a smart person. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I hope we have a pleasant cooperation." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Sun Lingchan was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. He didn't expect this young man to see through his thoughts. This person didn't cultivate appraisal eye, but his eyesight was terrifying. "Goodbye." After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned and left the Medicine King Pavilion. His next step was to go to the underground black market arena. It was for the map of the secret realm. Now that he had the pills, he had to get the map of the secret realm. Using both methods, together with the spiritual energy in the White Tiger continent that was much denser than the Divine Phoenix continent, he could definitely increase his cultivation in a short period of time. Not only him, but his comrades also needed to increase their cultivation. Although they couldn't increase their cultivation as quickly and fiercely as him, they might be able to hold their own and not have to worry about him all the time. He didn't dare to say for others, but at the very least, Long Chun could definitely keep up with his cultivation speed. Cold Plum still needed to depend on her luck. If she could successfully obtain the power of the 10,000 Ghosts banner, her cultivation would definitely increase quickly. The underground city was the underground world of Tianhai City. This was a world of chaos, but also full of opportunities. Every night, when Heavenly Sea City was quiet, this place would become lively. The entrance to the underground city didn't have any restrictions. It was just a deep tunnel. Ling Xiao found the entrance according to the location on the map and walked in. "Brothers, get ready to attack. This kid's clothes aren't bad. He should be rich. Let's snatch his storage ring." There were flickering fireflies in the tunnel. Between the flickering fireflies, many figures could be seen. These were the rats in the tunnel. They were terrifying bandits. They were used to reaping without sowing. They lived in the tunnel all year round and attacked strangers. They would never provoke powerful martial artists. However, they would naturally treat an unfamiliar brat like Ling Xiao, who was only at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm, like a fat sheep. Bandits were not allowed to exist in Heavenly Sea City, and they would be severely punished by the royal family. But the underground city was a chaotic and lawless place, just like the Sin domain. Ling Xiao's exposed cultivation level was at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was definitely a top-notch expert in the Dragon Phoenix continent. However, it was different in the White Tiger continent. Martial artists at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm could be seen everywhere. The average strength of this bandit group was around the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. With dozens of people and such a powerful lineup, they thought that victory was already in their grasp. Even the martial artists passing by felt that Ling Xiao would become a nameless corpse in the tunnel tonight. However, what they didn't know was that the bandits had kicked an iron plate. They had encountered a killing god and were destined to suffer misfortune. Ling Xiao had long noticed this group of people. However, he didn't show any signs of slowing down, nor did he draw his sword. Instead, a subtle, blazing light gradually appeared on the surface of his body. The moment he passed through the encirclement, the light suddenly exploded. Then, the surroundings started to burn wildly. This horrifying scene caused many martial artists to tremble uncontrollably. Shrill screams followed one after another. The dozens of pitiful bandits were instantly melted and evaporated by the terrifying heat. Perhaps this was the rumored no corpses. Someone clearly saw the horror and disbelief in the bandits' eyes before they died. Unfortunately, it was already meaningless. What kind of cultivation technique is this? He didn't even attack, but dozens of yin-yang realm martial artists were instantly vaporized. When did such an outstanding martial artist appear in Heavenly Sea City? There were many experts passing by. Many of them were experts who frequently traveled between the underground city and Heavenly Sea City. They and the bandits seemed to know each other. When they saw this scene, they were also shocked. He should be a candidate martial artist for the White Tiger meet. Why would a proper martial artist come to the underground city? Is he going to participate in the underground black market's single elimination tournament? It can't be wrong. I've seen candidates participate in the single elimination tournament because they lack money. However, many of them died forever below. If this person participates in the single elimination tournament, how many floors do you think he can reach? He should have no problem reaching the 10th floor. If he's still hiding his strength, he should have no problem reaching the 20th floor. However, if he wants to reach the 30th floor, his life will be in danger. In the Underground City's single elimination tournament, there would be an arena master on every floor. Challengers could challenge each floor one by one. They had to win consecutively to go up. If they failed, it was very likely that they would die. Of course, if they were strong enough or met a kind arena master, they could still survive. That's right. The Underground City's Hell Tower isn't that easy to climb. Before others understand him, he might be able to win consecutively. However, once others are familiar with his methods, he won't be far from failure. Moreover, the fan family in charge of the Hell Tower won't allow anyone to win consecutively. Otherwise, their losses will be great. They will definitely send out powerful opponents to stop him. Ever since the Hell Tower opened, only 100 or so people have been able to reach the 30th floor. Only 50 have reached the 40th floor, and less than 30 have reached the 50th floor. The only martial artist who has truly reached the top, which is the 100th floor, seems to be the Crown Prince, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. The key point is that the Hell Tower is very strange. After entering, any treasures are useless. You can only rely on your own strength. Therefore, many martial artists who rely on treasures to win will wither after entering. I heard that recently a martial artist from a subordinate country came to participate in the White Tiger meet. His name is Xiling. This person has learned a lot, and his moves are ever-changing. It's very difficult to see through him. Therefore, he was fortunate enough to reach the 50th floor and become the arena master. There's also a martial artist from the sea race called Lanjing. This person is quite strange. His appearance is extremely ugly, as if his entire body has been specially modified. He also reached the 40th floor and became the arena master. Don't forget about Fairy Macho from the Jingyi school. She has already reached the 41st floor. Why did someone from the Jingyi school come to Heavenly Ocean City? What's so strange about that? I heard that Fairy Macho is also participating in the White Tiger meet, but recently, she urgently needs a map of the secret realm. This time, she's going for the final reward. That's the reward for reaching the 100th floor. Can she do it? Why not? Fairy Macho is ranked 7th in the Jingyi school and is one of the 7 disciples. Her strength is comparable to the 4 prodigies of Heavenly Ocean City. Chapter 1738. Interesting. Are they all going to fight tonight? Of course. Then let's hurry up. It'll be a waste of time if we miss the exciting battle. After Ling Xiao finished listening to these people's discussion, he followed them forward. He was unfamiliar with the underground city's arena. He didn't expect it to be a tower climb. The rules were simple. When he arrived at the bottom of the Hell Tower, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. The immemorial heavenly devil battle intent in his body was showing signs of baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was as if something in the Hell Tower was summoning it. Perhaps there'll be a different harvest tonight. Ling Xiao was excited. He turned his head and looked at the sign at the entrance of the Hell Tower. It said, "Those who want to climb the tower can enter by paying 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Violators will die." The words were filled with a domineering aura. Compared to the person who carved these words, The person who carved them was also quite powerful. Ling Xiao casually threw 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones into the groove under the racket. Although it was a bit painful, if he could get the map of the secret realm, this trip would be worth it. After stepping into the first floor of the Hell Tower, Ling Xiao was shocked to find that it was filled with people. The ring-shaped auditorium was already filled with people. In the center was a huge battle stage that could be raised and lowered. Everyone could see it clearly. At this moment, deafening roars could be heard from the auditorium. The audience looked very excited. Ling Xiao casually found a secluded spot and stood down. Since there was no place to sit, he didn't want to attract too much attention. At this moment, someone was challenging someone. It was two Yin-Yang realm experts. This wasn't strange. Anyone who dared to challenge someone in this place was courting death unless they were Yin-Yang realm experts. The battle between the two quickly ended. A fashionably dressed middle-aged man jumped into the arena and let out a loud and clear voice. Guan Hao wins and successfully becomes the champion of the first floor. In 10 minutes, you can challenge him. If you win, you'll receive the 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones you paid. For every floor you climb, you'll receive 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If you successfully become the champion of the 10th floor, you will be able to obtain the champion waist token of the Fan family. As long as a martial artist with this waist token went to the Fan family's business premises, they would be able to enjoy a special discount of at least 10%. 20% off on the 20th floor, 30% discount on the 30th floor, 40% discount on the 40th floor, 50% off on the 50th floor. The discount is huge. It's definitely something you can only dream of. The power of the Fan family was spread throughout the 4 great empires and the Jingyi school. Therefore, obtaining such a champion waist token was definitely a dream of warriors. Moreover, there will be special rewards on the 50th floor. You can choose medicinal pills, magic treasures, martial arts manuals, slaves, and so on. There are more than a dozen types of choices. These words really stirred up the pride of countless people. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but clench his fists. To him, this was definitely an opportunity. Originally, he had only come here for the map of the secret realm. He did not expect to be able to earn spirit stones. He had consumed too many spirit stones these days, and he didn't have time to refine pills to sell. He didn't even have enough for himself. Now that there was such an opportunity, why not take it? As long as he could reach the 50th floor, he could get 500,000 mid-level spirit stones. This was definitely a generous income. 10 minutes later, Ling Xiao was about to go on stage. Suddenly, a figure rushed out beside him. Guan Hao, I'm here to challenge you for the champion position. Ling Xiao glanced at him. This person turned out to be a burly man in his 40s. It seemed that there was no age limit in this challenge tournament. It was estimated that the probability of a master appearing was very high. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. It seemed that if he wanted to climb to the 100th floor, he would have to use some extraordinary means. Otherwise, it would not be easy to rely on his own strength. Ignorant man, are you ready to die? Guan Hao looked like the kind of Jianghu bandit who killed without batting an eye. He was dressed in rough clothes, and there was a very obvious scar on his eye. His voice was also very fierce and murderous. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Although he knew that it was very likely that he would lose his life in this challenge tournament, since the burly man was already on stage, he naturally couldn't admit defeat. He waved the huge mace in his hand and smashed it toward Guan Hao's head. Bang! Guan Hao held a bloody dagger in his hand. The speed of the dagger was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the dagger had hit the weakest part of the mace. It had actually sent a burly man flying. You're lucky. Guan Hao's saber had directly sent the burly man flying. Therefore, although the burly man had failed, he had managed to preserve his life. He could be considered to be very lucky. Guan Hao wins. I'll give you a cup of recovery medicinal wine. In 10 minutes, the second challenge will begin. The recovery medicinal wine was provided by the Fan family for free. It could restore the champion to his best state in the shortest time. Of course, the prerequisite was that there must be at least 2 champions. Damn it, this guy is too strong. The burly man returned to Ling Xiao's side, cursing and swearing. He was very unhappy, but he seemed to be glad that he kept his life. Ling Xiao glanced at him. This person's strength was actually not bad, but unfortunately, he was not as good as Guan Hao. Next, who else wants to challenge the first level? As long as you succeed, you can directly enter the second level and get a free recovery medicinal wine to ensure that your combat strength is not lost. The host said loudly. Ling Xiao would definitely not miss this time. He took a deep breath. Guan Hao's strength was actually not strong, so it was not a problem for him. He was actually worried about whether he could enter the 100th level. 10 minutes later, he broke through the air and went to the arena again. However, at this time, a strong wind suddenly attacked. Someone saw that he jumped out first and tried to attack him from behind to make him fall to the ground. Although it was not full of killing intent, it was vicious. Ling Xiao's face turned cold, and then he turned around and punched, roaring, "Get out of my way!" That person only felt a scorching heat on his face, and then his body flew out and fell to the ground. He did not want to kill Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao did not kill him. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. Good boy, you have good skills, but it's a pity that you are still not strong enough to challenge Guan Hao. When the burly man who had been defeated by Guan Hao saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Soon after, he muttered to himself, Guan Hao's blood saber is extremely terrifying. It contains ice-cold saber chi and is extremely powerful. It's simply impossible to block it. Young man, I advise you to go down. You don't look more than 20 years old. It's a pity to die in the arena at such a young age. Guan Hao looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, No, you can't take my life. Ling Xiao shook his head gently and said, he was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Guan Hao, and there was no need to explain too much. Anyway, he just wanted to fight. Chapter 1739. Haha, as expected of a young man. His blood is boiling, but it's a pity that he doesn't have a strategy. It's hard to accomplish anything with just hot blood. Guan Hao smiled and shook his head. A cold killing intent burst out, enveloping Ling Xiao. At this moment, there were actually 3 beautiful women sitting in the audience seats. Sister, why did we follow this person here? Is there something about him that's worth your attention? The woman who asked was wearing men's clothing, delicate and pretty. Hua Hua, you don't understand. This person is called Ling Xiao. He almost killed the crown princess maid, Shangguan Qinger. He's very powerful. The other woman, who was also dressed in men's clothing, answered before the leader could speak. Is what you said true, Hualu? Hua Hua asked in surprise. She's not lying. Why else do you think I'm interested in him? This person is very interesting. I wonder if he can break Tyranny Sky's record. Sun Lingchan said with a smile. She had participated in this underground arena before, and the highest record was only the 90th floor. The last 10 floors were a bit special. It didn't rely on strength, but on the versatility of one's abilities. If you were good at formations, talismans, etc., it would be easier to pass. Tyranny Sky was such a well-rounded person. Not only was he domineering, he was strong and very talented. Even in the entire White Tiger continent, the Crown Prince of Tianhai Empire was definitely in the top 4. No one dared to look down on him. Fairy Lingchan's words are too much. Although that kid seems to be hiding his cultivation, there's no way he can break Tyranny Sky's record. At this moment, another woman's voice sounded. It was the person sitting behind Sun Lingchan. Jun Macho? That person was Fairy Macho, one of the 7 disciples of Jingyi School. Although she was ranked last, even the 4 prodigies of Tianhai didn't dare to look down on her. Fairy Lingchan still recognizes me? Jun Macho smiled. Of course I recognize him. However, Fairy Macho seems to be underestimating him. Perhaps he will soon surpass your current results. Sun Lingchan said indifferently. Is that so? I'll be waiting for him on the 41st floor. I hope he can hurry up. Otherwise, I might be the one to break Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's record. Lord Macho obviously didn't think highly of Ling Xiao. Sun Lingchan smiled and did not say anything else. Instead, he looked back at the arena. The arena was very wide, but it was separated from the audience by a barrier and a gully. This was to protect the safety of the audience. Young man, since you refuse to admit defeat, then tell me your name. I, Guan Hao, do not kill nameless people. Guan Hao pulled out the bloody dagger and said coldly, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Guan Hao indifferently, then turned his head to look at the weapon rack at the edge of the ring. The weapons on it were all very ordinary, but they were relatively tough. According to the rules of the Hell Pagoda, martial artists were not allowed to use magic treasures. In other words, Ice's Fury could not be used. All weapons could only be chosen from the weapon rack on the stage. Guan Hao's short knife was also chosen from the weapon rack, but it was stained with a lot of blood and looked a little red. No weapons? Guan Hao noticed that Ling Xiao glanced at the weapon rack, but he didn't seem to have any intention of taking any weapons. I don't need any to deal with you. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Arrogant. I'll send you to the Western Paradise now. Guan Hao was furious. He stepped out with his right foot, and the entire arena shook. The short knife in his hand emitted an icy cold aura, which seemed to make the air in the arena much colder. In an instant, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Ling Xiao in the next moment. The short knife in his hand pierced out, and the terrifying elemental energy fluctuation seemed to make the space in the arena chaotic. It felt as if an iceberg was piercing towards Ling Xiao. Defeat. Ling Xiao opened his mouth gently, and the 100 Heaven Queen Earth cells bloomed. The power of the Heaven Queen Earth wrapped around his arm. He threw out a punch just like that. In the next moment, Guan Hao flew out of the arena. You've lost. Ling Xiao withdrew his fist and glanced calmly at Guan Hao, who had fallen outside the arena. He didn't kill him because they didn't have a blood feud, so there was no need to kill him. What's going on? Guan Hao got up from the ground and looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He didn't see how Ling Xiao attacked. It was really too terrifying. This kid was much more powerful than he had imagined. Someone in the audience had seen Ling Xiao in the tunnel, and he couldn't help but shout. This kid didn't even attack in the tunnel. He killed dozens of Yin-Yang realm bandits with his strange inner energy. Are you talking about the White Wolves bandit gang? That's impossible. The average cultivation base of the White Wolves bandit gang is at the 4th level of Yin-Yang realm. How could he do that? Obviously, most people didn't believe it. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. He'll probably continue to challenge people. Just watch and you'll know. In the arena, the host appeared again and gave Ling Xiao a cup of recovery medicinal wine. After drinking it, his recovery sped up as expected. Young hero, you're really powerful. Will you continue to challenge people? Or will you continue to challenge people after receiving the reward? According to the rules of the Hell Tower, if someone defeated the champion and wanted to continue to challenge people, then the champion could continue to stay in the arena. Continue to challenge people. Ling Xiao said calmly. Okay, young hero, please step onto the 2nd floor's mechanism ladder. Also, if there's anyone who wants to go to the 2nd floor to watch the battle, you'll have to pay 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. The Fan family really knew how to make money. Paying 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones just to watch the battle was too much for many martial artists. Of course, Sun Lingchan and Jun Macho didn't care about this little bit of money. They walked up the stairs and entered the 2nd floor. Ling Xiao was sent to the 2nd floor's arena by the mechanism ladder. On the 2nd floor, the rules were different. The audience couldn't challenge people casually. Only martial artists from the previous floor could challenge people. Haha, someone finally came up. Otherwise, I'd be bored to death. The 2nd floor's champion was a young man in blue clothes. He held a long sword in his hand. Of course, it was also a long sword taken from the weapon rack. He stood there like an unsheathed sword. Just by looking at it, he was really powerful. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and shook the long sword in his hand. Are you ready? Ling Xiao nodded, but still didn't take a weapon. The 2nd floor's champion was obviously angered by Ling Xiao's actions. He felt that Ling Xiao was looking down on him, so he stabbed with his sword. This person's sword technique was really good. His attack was swift and fierce, and the angle was tricky. Unfortunately, he met Ling Xiao. Boom. Another punch. Again, he only used the power of 100 Imperial Heaven Queen Earth, and the arena master was blasted off the stage. Chapter 1740. Ling Xiao wouldn't kill anyone unless it was a fight to the death. First, it was easy to make enemies, and second, it was a waste of energy. At this moment, the arena master suddenly understood that it wasn't that Ling Xiao looked down on him, but that he was too weak. What the hell? This guy is so strong. It's so fun to watch. The 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones were well spent. The burly man who'd thought Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to defeat Guan Hao also came to the second floor to watch the show. Although this guy wasn't strong, he looked like a nouveau riche. He threw down mid-grade spirit stones without batting an eye. Seeing Ling Xiao's strength, he couldn't help but feel excited. Sun Lingchan and Jun Macho's expressions didn't change. If Ling Xiao couldn't even pass the first 10 floors, then he really didn't have the qualifications to participate in the White Tiger meet. Next was the 3rd floor, the 4th floor, the 8th floor, the 9th floor. Ling Xiao only used one punch in all of his battles. There were no variations. His fighting style was so simple that it made one's hair stand on end. But it was also frightening. Fairy Macho, the arena master of the 10th floor, should be your maid, right? Can she stop Ling Xiao? Sun Lingchan suddenly turned to look at Jun Macho. My maid isn't weak. He's dreaming if he thinks he can defeat her with one punch. Unless he shows a new ability, he won't be able to continue. Jun Macho had brought 4 maids and 4 bodyguards to Sky Sea City this time. And these 8 people were all arena masters of the Hell Tower. The weakest one was the arena master of the 10th floor. This guy was clearly looking for trouble. After taking the arena master's seat, he mocked the Sky Sea Empire's martial artists. He seemed very pleased with himself. His ability is stronger than you think. Sun Lingchan smiled. You'll be very surprised. Is that so? My maid has cultivated an extremely profound movement technique. Although her overall strength may not be comparable to this Ling Xiao, if he can't defeat my maid within 100 moves, then he'll have failed the challenge. Jun Macho was still very confident. That's why I'm sure he'll stop here today. However, it's still not bad. For a young man who looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old to be the champion of the 9th floor, it's something to be proud of. Jun Macho looked very proud as he spoke. After all, the Jingyi school was the #1 sect on the White Tiger continent. Even the 4 great empires had to obey the orders of the Pope. Interesting. Where did this kid come from? He has actually already stepped into the 10th level? From the 10th floor onwards, special VIP rooms would be set up for the audience of high status. These VIP rooms could be moved up and down automatically. They could go up and down at will without walking out. This was the privilege of a VIP. There was tea and snacks in the VIP room, and the environment was very comfortable. At this moment, there were 4 people sitting in a VIP room on the 10th floor. The leader was actually the eldest son of the Fan family, Fan Ruahai. The other person was naturally one of the 4 talents of Tianhai, Mu Wanchuang. There were 2 other people sitting across from them. One was the 3rd young master of the Fan family, Fan Ruolin. The other was Fan Ruolin's friend, an expert from the White Tiger Empire's Dark Shrine, Yin Meng. Although Fan Ruolin was not as famous as Fan Ruahai, he did not belong to the 4 talents of Tianhai or the 7 small saints of Tianhai. However, when it came to him, there was no one who did not know him. It was only because he had publicly expressed his disdain for the title of the 7 small saints of Tianhai, and because he could not enter the ranks of the 4 talents, he simply did not want any title. This person was very arrogant. Of course, he had the capital to do so. The one who had just spoken was Yin Meng from the Dark Shrine. Fan Ruolin smiled and said, "But this kid is really unlucky. It was not easy to climb to the 10th floor, but he met Jun Macho's servant girl. That little girl is very strong. Yes, this little servant girl has fought with me before. Although she is not as good as me, her movements are quite strange. Generally, warriors of the same cultivation level as her would find it very difficult. Those with a higher cultivation level than her can't do anything to her. This Ling Xiao is so strong. We can't let him be too proud and think that our Fan family's Hell Tower is easy to climb. It's good to let this servant girl dampen his spirit." Yin Meng thought deeply and said, and this Ling Xiao actually exposed his strength from the start. In order to achieve a one-hit kill, he probably exploded with all his yin and yang energy. Now that he has kicked an iron plate, it's good to learn a lesson. Otherwise, he will think that there is no one on our White Tiger continent. In Yin Meng's view, Ling Xiao's so-called one-hit kill was completely achieved by exploding with all his strength in an instant. Even if Ling Xiao still had hidden strength, it could not be that strong. He thought that even if Jun Macho's servant girl could not stop Ling Xiao, she would still make Ling Xiao suffer greatly. However, Fan Ruahai just smiled and said nothing. Mu Wanshuang sneered secretly. The two of them had been paying attention to Ling Xiao ever since he stepped onto the 15th floor of the Wonder Tower and killed several White Tiger meat candidates. They knew that Ling Xiao had been able to dodge a move from the sacred sword of the Wind Demon, so he must be very capable. However, they did not know that Ling Xiao's one-hit kill was purely because his opponent was too weak and he did not want to waste time. Jun Macho's servant girl was a warrior who used a dagger. Naturally, this dagger was also selected from the weapon rack. Ling Xiao looked at her and still had no intention of using a weapon. You'd better get a weapon. Otherwise, if you die, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Jun Macho's servant girl looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, Make your move. You can't kill me. Ling Xiao's words were still the same. Even in the face of the 10th floor's champion, he did not care, and his expression was as indifferent as before. It was as if Jun Macho's servant girl was still not worth mentioning in his eyes. What an arrogant boy. Today, I'll let you see the power of our Jingyi school's martial arts. Ling Xiao's tone made the servant girl very angry, and she immediately flew into a rage, because it seemed that she was being looked down upon by him. This kind of contempt made her extremely unhappy. The martial arts of the Jingyi school formed a system of its own. The moves were quite complicated, but definitely not useless. Every move was very scientific and very necessary. If one succeeded in cultivating it, it would be quite powerful. However, because it was too complicated, most warriors could not master it. Obviously, this servant girl was the same. She had only learned a little bit of the Jingyi school's martial arts. However, even so, it was already very powerful. When this set of dagger martial arts was displayed, coupled with her martial soul, it actually created a strange scene of snow flying all over the sky. This made Ling Xiao think of the swordsmanship he had once cultivated. Although that set of swordsmanship was no longer used, it was still a beautiful memory. The cold sword chi was overwhelming, not giving Ling Xiao any room to dodge. Moreover, these sword chi were full of freezing power, as if they wanted to freeze Ling Xiao's hands and feet. As a result, Ling Xiao could not make a move. Chapter 1741. The sword technique of the Jingyi school is just elf. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, and then turned his arm into a long sword. Sword intent erupted. He suddenly became interested and wanted to defeat his opponent with his sword technique. And the sword technique he was going to use was the relatively low-level Snow Lotus sword technique that he had previously cultivated. Although the sword technique could no longer adapt to the current battle due to the improvement of his cultivation, but the opponent was weaker. There was no harm in playing. Bastard, how dare you look down on the martial arts of the Jingyi school? The maidservant was even angrier. It's not that I look down on you, but your sword technique is indeed too weak. It's not even as good as my gold-grade martial arts. After saying that, he turned his arm into a long sword and stabbed out. Flying snow. This move was extremely fast. It was not as luxurious as the maidservant's sword technique, but it defeated the enemy with one move. The cold snowflakes flew out and hit the maidservant's shoulder blade directly. Then, an amazing force erupted and the maidservant was knocked out of the arena. Was it over? Looking at the arena dumbfounded, no one could believe such an ending. One move, another move. Although he had changed his moves, he had indeed defeated the maidservant with one move. Ha ha ha, see, Jun Macho? I've already said that this kid is much more powerful than you think. Your maidservant tried to block his way. You underestimated him too much. In the VIP room, Sunling Chan was smiling beautifully and was very pleased with herself. It was as if she was the one who had won. Congratulations to Ling Xiao for successfully becoming the champion of the 10th floor. He will receive a waste token. Bing will be rewarded with an additional 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The host stepped onto the arena, raised Ling Xiao's right hand high, and said excitedly, Interesting, I misjudged him. This person actually has some skills, but unfortunately, his sword technique is too weak. He won't be able to go far. Fan Ruolin was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled. He still didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. Yin Meng also smiled and said, if he can continue to go up, he will encounter the place I am guarding. Then he will really be unlucky. As a martial artist of the Dark God Palace, it was impossible for Yin Meng to not know Ling Xiao. He had a special feeling of enmity towards Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had uprooted the Dark God Hall's forces in the Divine Phoenix continent. According to the rules of the Hell Tower, every 10 floors had half an hour to an hour of rest time. During this period of time, the other high-level arena masters would be challenging each other, so the audience would not feel bored. Ling Xiao was also fortunate enough to watch the Battle of Jun Macho, one of the 7 disciples of the Jingyi school, as the champion of the 10th floor. Jun Macho was originally the champion of the 41st floor. While he was resting, he actually obtained consecutive victories and stepped into the 47th level in one go. Only the first 2 floors were left before reaching the 50th floor. The 50th floor was a huge hurdle. It meant a huge breakthrough. Not only could one obtain a lot of rewards, but it could also be considered a huge honor. On the 48th floor, Jun Macho met a very difficult opponent. This person was around 50 years old. His talent wasn't very good, but because of his age, his strength wasn't weak. He seemed to be good at fire-type internal energy. Even his martial soul was a flaming sword. Fortunately, although the weapons on the weapon rack weren't magic weapons, they were more durable and didn't break easily. Otherwise, with his internal energy, he probably wouldn't even be able to use weapons. Facing this person, Jun Macho really didn't have it easy. He actually used as many as 50 moves to finally defeat him. In the end, Jun Macho was also a genius. The martial arts of the Jingyi school were indeed very powerful and not so easy to deal with. Interestingly, Jun Macho seemed to have comprehended something in this battle. He easily won the next 49th and 50th floors. He became the champion of the 50th floor. As for the original champion, Ko Xiling, it was even more ridiculous. When Jun Macho was fighting, he also began to challenge and became the champion of the 60th floor. Ling Xiao regretted not watching his battle. However, since he was going to challenge the 100th floor, he would probably meet this person sooner or later, so he didn't care too much. Young Master Ling, it's time for the break. Do you plan to continue challenging? The host asked with a smile. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. However, once he started challenging, he couldn't stop anymore. Damn, who is this Ling Xiao? He has already reached the 19th floor. If he goes up, it will be the 20th floor. Is this guy going to defy the heavens? And from the 11th floor onwards, he defeated one person with one punch. I really don't understand. The martial artist guarding the 20th floor had a little relationship with Ling Xiao because he was the senior brother of Guan Hao, the champion of the first floor. Moreover, it was said that the moves he used were the same as Guan Hao's, but his saber was faster, fiercer, and more ruthless. Guan Hao lost, but I won't. It seemed that this senior brother was indeed stronger than Guan Hao. However, Ling Xiao still shook his head and sighed. He was a little disinterested. One punch is enough to deal with you. Ling Xiao was not looking down on his opponent, but the opponent at this stage was too weak. If it were Jun Macho or Ko Xiling, he would be able to pick up his spirit and fight. But now, he really wasn't in the mood. You are indeed very arrogant. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, senior brother Guan Hao didn't want to continue. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was an arrogant fellow from head to toe. Only by using the saber in his hand could he convince the other party. Quick saber flash. Senior brother Guan Hao's saber was really fast. It looked like an ordinary move, but in his hands, it was much stronger than Guan Hao's. In the void, saber light flashed, and the saber edge reached Ling Xiao's chest in an instant. Interesting move. I can let you have 2 moves first. Ling Xiao, who was attracted by senior brother Guan Hao's saber skill, didn't make a move. Instead, he flashed and appeared at the side. He said indifferently. For him, a fight that could help him improve his strength was worth spending some time on. Senior brother Guan Hao's saber skill was actually useful for his sword skill. He could take a look. What a terrifying body movement. Senior brother Guan Hao was stunned for a moment. Then, a martial soul appeared behind him. It was a pair of strange wings. It wasn't a pair of wings, but a martial soul. The moment the martial soul appeared, senior brother Guan Hao was obviously faster. The second saber was even fiercer and faster. However, when the saber slashed out, it couldn't move. Ling Xiao clamped the saber blade with 2 fingers, making it impossible for the saber to move. 2 moves have passed. Lose. It was still a punch, but different from before on the 10th floor. Ling Xiao used the power of 200 Emperor Earth. Senior brother Guan Hao's flying movement was almost exactly the same as Guan Hao's. He was also defeated very easily. He was also completely defeated. After falling to the ground, he couldn't resist at all. Cries of surprise came from the audience. Ling Xiao's performance today was truly an eye-opener for them. Chapter 1742. Ling Xiao easily defeated senior brother Guan Hao and became the champion of the 20th floor. This shocked many spectators. In the VIP room, Fan Ruohai and Mu Wanchuang's expressions didn't change. However, Yin Meng from the Dark God Hall frowned. This Ling Xiao is more difficult to deal with than I thought. This person's movement technique is so terrifying. Coupled with his terrifying strength, it's really not easy to deal with him. Scared? Fan Ruolin smiled. Actually, fast movement techniques are meaningless in the arena. Your martial soul is specialized in restraining martial artists with fast movement techniques. Then, you just need to use your long-range attacks to exhaust him and prevent him from getting close to you. Then, his monstrous strength will be useless. Young Master Fan, you're joking. Why would I be afraid of him? I just feel that he's more powerful than I thought. As long as he can reach the 30th floor, I'll cripple him. Yin Meng licked his lips and revealed a cruel smile. After defeating Guan Hao's senior brother, Ling Xiao stepped into the 20th floor. In addition to the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones that he was supposed to get from the 10th floor to the 20th floor, he also got an extra 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones as a reward. According to the rules, the extra reward for every 10th floor would increase greatly. The 10th floor was 10,000. The 20th floor was 100,000. The 30th floor was 200,000, and so on. In fact, apart from the 10th floor to the 20th floor, it was equivalent to an extra 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones for every 10th floor. If one could reach the 100th floor, or if there were special circumstances, the reward would become high-grade spirit stones. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. It was an astronomical figure. High-grade spirit stones were not mid-grade or low-grade spirit stones. They were almost impossible to find in transactions. Even in the Immortal Lyceum, they were still precious spirit stones. They were an urgent necessity for cultivation. Just as Ling Xiao was resting, in the VIP room where Fan Ruohai was, an old man said respectfully, "Eldest young master, third young master, you've seen it. This kid has challenged the 20th floor consecutively. He's very strong. Do you want to stop him? After all, he's only a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent. If he wins too many times, I'm afraid it will affect the reputation of the White Tiger continent. It's not worth it. The 30th floor is Yin Meng. He can't pass it." Fan Roland waved his hand and said, "Now, you should be concerned about Ko Xiling and Jun Macho. Ko Xiling has already reached the 60th floor. Jun Macho also reached the 50th floor. Can the arena master above do it? If not, we can switch to our own people to stop him. No one will know anyway. Let's do as third young master says." Fan Ruohai smiled slightly and said, "As for Ko Xiling and Jun Macho, there is no need to deliberately block them. The higher he went, the stronger the champion was. Ko Xiling's limit was estimated to be the 70th floor. This person's level was about the same as the 7 little saints of the heavenly ocean. As for that Jun Macho, he is even more difficult to deal with than Ko Xiling. I estimate that he can reach the 80th floor, or even the 89th floor." This subordinate understands. The elder retreated. Since the eldest and third young masters felt that there was no need to stop these 3 people, then he would do as they said. After all, the current champion of the 90th floor was Sun Lingchan, one of the 4 prodigies of Tianhai. Whether it was Ko Xiling or Jun Macho, it was unlikely that they could defeat her. As for that Ling Xiao, it was still too early. Ling Xiao didn't know that he had become a very eye-catching existence in the Hell Tower. Many people were watching him, wanting to know how far he could go. Moreover, he didn't need to know. This time, he only had one goal, and that was to reach the 100th floor. No matter what method he used, he had to obtain the map of this secret realm. While Ling Xiao was resting, Jun Macho and Ko Xiling started their challenge. Just as Fan Ruahai expected, Jun Macho encountered a very terrifying obstruction on the 70th floor. His opponent was actually the third young master of the Fan family, Fan Roland. This Fan Roland's methods were simply unfathomable. After fighting for 200 rounds, Ko Xiling was defeated in the end. He had no choice but to temporarily stay on the 69th floor. Haha, I haven't been challenged in a long time. This Ko Xiling is really not bad. To be able to fight me for 200 rounds, he should be the strongest challenger in the Hell Tower this month, right? Fan Roland said with a smile after returning to the VIP room. In fact, he could continue to challenge, but he chose not to. It was more fun to stay on the 70th floor and abuse people. Don't forget, there is still Jun Macho, Fan Ruahai reminded. Fan Roland smiled and said, although Jun Macho is powerful, he may not be able to defeat Ko Xiling. His insight was not bad. Jun Macho easily passed all the rounds. When he met Ko Xiling, it could be said that he met his match. After fighting for more than 500 rounds, he finally defeated Ko Xiling. But she was also exhausted. At this time, the recovery wines effect was not so good, so she had to rest for a long time. Ko Xiling went down one floor and became the champion of the 68th floor. In this way, the 68th, 69th, and 70th floors were simply terrifying. 3 people in a row, all of them were super strong. But then again, after the 50th floor, there were basically no weak people. The reason why Ko Xiling and Jun Macho could go up one step was because they were stronger. While the two of them were resting, Ling Xiao went up again and continued to challenge people. From the 21st floor to the 29th floor, Ling Xiao basically didn't bat an eyelid and easily defeated his opponents with one punch. At this time, outside the Hell Pagoda, many martial artists who had just arrived were discussing a matter. Did you hear? There's a kid from the Dragon Phoenix continent who defeated all his opponents from the 1st floor to the 20th floor in one move. He's too powerful. Bragging? I'm not bragging. I just got the latest news. He has already reached the 30th floor and still defeated his opponents with one move. But this time, the champion is more troublesome. It's Yin Meng from the Dark God Palace. Yin Meng? That White Tiger Empire's Yin Meng. Yeah, who else could it be? I heard that his hidden weapons come and go like ghosts. It's simply impossible to guard against. I don't know if this Ling Xiao can continue his miracles. It's useless to talk about it here. Let's go and watch. A group of people rushed into the Hell Pagoda. After paying enough spirit stones, they came to the 30th floor to watch the battle. At this time, Yin Meng had already entered the arena. Ling Xiao on the other side was still barehanded. He didn't have any intention of drawing his sword. Yin Meng didn't talk nonsense because he wanted nothing more than for Ling Xiao to look down on him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A hidden weapon pierced through the air. It wasn't a magic treasure, but a hidden weapon made with a martial soul. His martial soul was actually a huge spider. Ling Xiao had encountered such a martial soul when he was in the Yuehua school. Moreover, that martial soul seemed to be the queen of spiders, which was even stronger than this spider martial soul. However, the martial artist who used the queen of spiders was too weak and couldn't be compared to Yin Meng. Yin Meng was a yin-yang realm expert. That martial artist was only in the martial vein realm. Chapter 1743. The hidden weapons released by Yin Meng were the mucus spat out by the martial soul spider. As the mucus flew through the air, it quickly solidified and there were special patterns on it. It looked very strange. When the hidden weapons broke through the air, the spider webs had already covered the entire stage. Ling Xiao had no place to hide. This was also the reason why Fan Roland said that Ling Xiao's movement technique would be useless. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao did not dodge. He only looked at the hidden weapons coming from all directions and asked, That's right. You destroyed the foundation of our Dark God Hall in the Divine Phoenix continent. I must kill you. Yin Meng said coldly. If you want to kill me, you better be prepared to be killed. I will definitely not show mercy. Ling Zhao's body suddenly flickered with light. In an instant, the high temperature caused the spider webs to burn, and the hidden weapons that flew over were also instantly melted by the terrifying high temperature. Good kid, you do have some skills. It seems that I have underestimated you, but that was just the appetizer. If you can't even block my hidden weapons, then you don't have the qualifications for me to use my full strength. Yin Meng sneered. The originally ordinary spider webs were instantly broken and replaced by scarlet-red spider webs. These spider webs were of the fire attribute. Even Ling Zhao's high temperature was unable to melt them. Use my full strength? You seem to have forgotten that I haven't made my move yet. Ling Xiao glanced at Yin Meng. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura was released. A terrifying shadow appeared on his body. That was not a martial soul phantom. It was a terrifying demonic shadow formed by the murderous aura. In that instant, Yin Meng's body trembled. He actually had the thought of retreating. Murderous aura into a demon. I didn't expect your murderous aura to have evolved to such a terrifying stage. This is something that even many of our White Tiger Continent's Dark God Hall's gold medal assassins can't do. Murderous aura oppressing the enemy. Murderous aura condensing. Murderous aura dense. Murderous aura into a demon. This was the Dark God Hall's definition of the 4 stages of murderous aura. Martial artists in the outside world were not familiar with this, but this did not affect the strength of their murderous aura. Murderous aura demon was the highest level of murderous aura in the Dark God Palace. Yin Meng didn't expect Ling Xiao to be a self-taught genius. Without anyone's guidance or learning any secret manuals, he could reach such a level. He even sighed in his heart. If only Ling Xiao was a martial artist of the Dark God Palace. But sighing wouldn't make him feel pity. The Dark God Palace had to be avenged. Facing Ling Xiao's murderous aura, Yin Meng's expression became serious. He took 4 or 5 steps back to lessen the pressure on him. Then, a terrifying yin-yang origin energy surged out of his hands. In that instant, the yin and yang essence energy actually condensed into a strange spider. The ferocious spider bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its huge lantern-like eyes stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. Dark purple poisonous fog filled the air, forming strange small whirlwinds. Poison-killing palm, venomous spider, rumble. Just as Yin Meng unleashed his killing move, Ling Xiao's fist also blasted over. This fist contained 300 royal heaven-earth power. Its explosive power was absolutely shocking. The green light constantly tore those spider webs and whirlwinds apart. Golden light wrapped around the fist, constantly increasing its strength and defense. The power of the Royal Heaven Queen of Earth was truly a set of perfect fusion powers. After the terrifying poisonous whirlwinds were torn apart by the fist, they splattered out in all directions of the ring. The host in midair had a solemn expression. He hurriedly used his movement technique to dodge continuously. The ring was built with special materials, but at this time, it was corroded by this poisonous whirlwind until it was full of holes. Looking carefully at those corroded areas, the deepest part was actually a full 4 to 5 meters deep. This was just the sputtering from the attack. If really touched by the poisonous whirlwind, one would probably turn into white bones instantly. This Yin Meng's strength was really much stronger than the previous 29 people. Ling Xiao even felt that even if this guy wanted to continue advancing, it would be very easy. He didn't know why he kept staying on the 30th level. But now wasn't the time to think about this. Bang! The poisonous spider collided together with Ling Xiao's fist with a loud bang. In just an instant, that enormous spider seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, being beaten until its body was distorted, wailing miserably repeatedly. The scene was very strange for a moment. I don't believe that this punch of yours can defeat me. Get lost for me. Yin Meng was unwilling to let Ling Xiao get close because what he was skilled in was hidden weapon techniques. Even the poison-killing palm was also a long-range attack martial technique. Being approached by Ling Xiao at this time, he was clearly a little flustered. Hence, in his panic, He actually urged the yin-yang essence energy to 100% instantly. In that instant, the originally distorted and deformed poisonous spider recovered to its original appearance anew. Not just that, that spider actually looked like it was real. The venom dripping from the corners of the spider's mouth onto the ground could actually really corrode and penetrate the ground directly. Exterminate! Ling Xiao's expression did not change. It was just that on his fist, he added another 100 Royal Heaven Earth power. 400 Royal Heaven Earth power cells released horrifying power. Bang! That poisonous spider was finally completely shattered by one punch. The remnant fist force slammed onto Yin Meng's body, blasting Yin Meng back repeatedly. It was a pity that the majority of the fist force was already exhausted by that poisonous spider. Hence, it should be very hard for this punch to knock Yin Meng out of the arena. Of course, Ling Xiao did not plan on doing that either. Because Yin Meng was different from others. This guy wanted to kill him, then he would counter-kill him. If he was knocked out of the arena, the battle would also be over. Terrifying fellow, this punch should be your strongest attack, right? Very good. I'll make you thoroughly despair today. Yin Meng, who was standing at the edge of the arena, actually had both hands trembling nonstop. That bizarre fist force still made him suffer the torment of pain at this time. It was like maggots latching onto bones, truly terrifying. But he remained tough on the surface. Ling Xiao looked at Yin Meng calmly and said with a smile, "That palm just now, you used 100% yin-yang essence energy. Honestly speaking, if your ability is limited to this, best get lost quickly. You can still preserve your little life." I admit that I did use 100% yin-yang essence energy just now, but that move was not my strongest martial technique. If you think that you can be compared to me with just that punch, then you're still ignorant. Then you're still too ignorant. As he spoke, Yin Meng swallowed a pill. He could clearly feel his yin-yang essence energy recovering at an accelerated rate. The Hell Tower did not allow the use of magic treasures, but it did not prohibit the use of pills and special foods. This fan clan was really smart. One had to know that their fan clan controlled close to 1/3 of the medicine market in the 4 great empires, as well as close to 90% of the special foods market. The other 2/3 of the medicine market was pretty much split between the Medicine King Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. It could be said that the other medicine merchants only had a very small share of the market. Chapter 1744. In this underground world, the Fan family's medicine market share was as high as 90%. Basically, martial artists who needed to buy pills and special food would choose them. Allowing them to use pills and special food was actually just to promote their products. Am I ignorant? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "So you still have a trump card?" "Of course. I originally wanted to let you die quickly, but since you don't know what's good for you, I can only go all out and let you die without a complete corpse. You will die under the most painful torture." As he spoke, Yin Meng's aura became stronger and stronger. His terrifying aura continued to rise as more and more poisonous whirlwinds formed around his body. These poisonous whirlwinds could not only be used for defense, but also for attack. They were definitely the best weapons for him. However, this was not his killing move. That punch from Ling Xiao just now really made him feel incomparably shocked. However, he was not afraid. One had to know that if Yin Meng was under 30 years old, he would be at least at the level of the 7 small saints of Tianhai. He only admired the 4 prodigies of Tianhai and the genius of the Dark God Hall, Dark God Yu. He was the strongest genius of the Dark God Hall, and also someone who was about to participate in the White Tiger meet. He was definitely in the top 3 of the White Tiger Empire. Moreover, Dark God Yu was the young master of the Dark God Hall. If the young master knew that Yin Meng was killed by Ling Xiao, a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent, even if his corpse was sent back to the Dark God Hall, it would be fed to the fish, because it was too embarrassing. Moreover, he still had his strongest move that he had yet to use. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could block it. Looking at Yin Meng, Ling Xiao felt that this person really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. A cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Since Yin Meng wanted to die, he could not blame him. He did not have to be enemies with the Dark God Hall, But if they wanted to kill him, he had no reason to retreat. Then I'll let you use your last move, and then you'll die convinced. Ling Xiao's words made Yin Meng's face even darker. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, and a sinister expression appeared on his face. Good, you're really arrogant. However, it's a pity that you won't have any more chances now that I've used this move. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly appeared on the stage. It was a gust of wind that was filled with poison. Many of the spectators in the front row hurriedly used their moves to block the poison fog. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood in the middle of the poisonous fog and breathed freely as if he didn't care about it at all. Behind Yin Meng, the giant spider martial soul arrived in front of him and merged with his yin-yang origin energy. A terrifying aura was constantly being released. This is my ultimate move, Yin Meng. The most terrifying thing was that as the giant spider flew, its abdomen split open, and a large number of small spiders fell to the ground like ants. They formed a black mass and surrounded Ling Xiao. At the same time, countless silk threads shot towards Ling Xiao, entangling Ling Xiao. There was no way for him to dodge. Haha, Ling Xiao is finished. In the VIP room, Fan Roland clapped his hands and laughed. If he didn't let Yin Meng use this move and admitted defeat, he might have a chance to survive. But now, he's definitely going to die. The Dark God Hall's ultimate move, combined with the giant spider martial soul, is really difficult to deal with. Even I find it difficult to deal with. Fan Roland did not know why, but he always had an inexplicable hostility towards Ling Xiao. Of course, it could also be because Yin Meng was one of his people. So, he definitely did not want Yin Meng to lose to Ling Xiao. Moreover, at this moment, it was obvious that Yin Meng had the absolute advantage in the battle. He could almost see Ling Xiao's tragic death. In the other VIP room, Jun Macho also laughed. Seems like this is the end for Ling Xiao. I say, Fairy Ling Chan, I'm afraid he won't be able to fight with me. The battle hasn't ended yet. Why do you have to come to a conclusion so early? Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face? Sun Ling Chan smiled slightly. Ling Xiao's life and death did not have much to do with her. Because even if Ling Xiao died, she could still get back the 20 dragons' bloodgrass. But at this moment, she was very confident in Ling Xiao. This was because she had thought of the move that Ling Xiao had used against Shangguan Qinger back at the Medicine King Pavilion. If that move was used, Yin Meng would be the one to die. But why didn't he use it? To be honest, Sun Ling Chan was also a little confused. Ha ha ha, Fairy Ling Chan, could it be that you have taken a fancy to that kid? You actually think so highly of him. It's a pity that he's only of such standard. Even if you think highly of him, it's meaningless. Jun Macho mocked. Sun Ling Chan did not say anything and continued to look at the arena calmly. Perhaps after this move, the outcome would be decided. It was obvious who would live and who would die. The rest of the audience also cheered loudly. Most of the audience here were martial artists from the White Tiger continent. Looking on helplessly as a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent flaunted his might here, they had long been displeased in their hearts. Now that Yin Meng had appeared and blocked Ling Xiao's path, it was obvious that he was about to win. To them, this was definitely a huge blessing. They really could not wait to see Ling Xiao lose. In the arena, time seemed to have stopped. Ling Xiao was wrapped in countless spider webs, and a black mass of spiders was approaching along the spider webs. From an outsider's point of view, he was a delicacy in the spiders' stomachs. It was impossible to turn the tables. The Dark God Palace's martial arts really have many tricks. Combining martial soul to fight, it's even harder to deal with than ordinary martial arts. Ling Xiao stood there with a calm expression, as if the danger in front of him was not worth mentioning at all. Instead, he even comprehended some things from this Yin Meng's attack. It was this kind of crazy learning consciousness that allowed his battles to often integrate the advantages of many martial arts. In this aspect, many people could not compare to him. However, in front of him, it was still nothing. 400 Emperor Earth Empress. It was still just a punch. Ling Xiao did not plan to use any other moves. A terrifying green light was released, and the spider webs wrapped around his body broke inch by inch. After that, Ling Xiao, who regained his freedom, blasted out a terrifying punch. Immediately, the entire arena was stirred up by a gust of wind, and the yellow soil flew. In the blink of an eye, all the spiders were naturally gone. The arena that was originally filled with spider webs and spiders actually became empty at this time. Only Ling Xiao and Yin Meng were still standing there, and Ling Xiao's fist was still moving forward. This is impossible. How can Yin Meng's ultimate move be broken so easily? Inside the VIP room, Fan Roland directly jumped up from his chair, looking at the scene on the arena in astonishment, completely unable to believe what his eyes saw. Chapter 1745. June Macho's hands were gripping the seat tightly, and her face was filled with disbelief. Sun Lingchan smiled and said, "Fairy Macho, I've disappointed you again." In fact, even she was a little shocked. She thought that Ling Xiao would solve the problem with his powerful sword, but she did not expect that Ling Xiao could solve the problem with just a punch. What did that mean? It probably meant that Ling Xiao's strength was much more than that. This guy. No wonder Shangguan Qinger was so passive. It seemed that it was not a coincidence. Impossible. Impossible. How could you break my ultimate move so easily? Yin Meng's body kept retreating, trying to avoid Ling Xiao's fierce punch. Before the punch arrived, the terrifying wind had already whistled. Yin Meng's face was filled with horror. In front of him, there was only the terrifying punch. If he did not escape now, he would die. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao would definitely not show mercy. At this moment, the only way to save his life was to escape from the arena. As for his face, he did not care anymore. Compared to his face, his life was more important. Run. At this moment, Yin Meng did not care about anything else. Using all his remaining inner strength, he leaped down from the arena. However, Ling Xiao's punch was faster than his speed. Kill. In the void, a huge shadow of a fist appeared, and then crazily rushed out, hitting Yin Meng's body. The terrifying fist force completely shattered the Yin light into powder, leaving not a single trace behind. Not only that, even half of the shattered arena was destroyed by the energy of the punch. The audience was silent for a long time. It was not until a few minutes later that someone shouted, "Oh my God, it's too terrifying. The power of this punch is obviously much stronger than before. This is a martial artist who destroys everything. Almost scared me to death, my little heart." The host couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He knew very well what kind of material the arena was made of, yet it was actually blasted into smithereens by a single punch from this person. Just how terrifying was this guy's fist strength? However, in the VIP room, Fan Roland revealed a sinister smile. "Those who killed my people deserve to die. Third young master, are you confident in defeating him?" Mu Wanshuang suddenly asked. "Of course I'm confident. I'm afraid that this punch of his has already revealed all of his trump cards. What else could be more shocking?" Fan Roland glanced at Mu Wanshuang and said coldly. Mu Wanshuang was only Fan Ruahai's maidservant. However, this woman was scheming and powerful. She was also favored by Fan Ruahai. Even he, the third young master of the Fan family, did not dare to offend her. In another VIP room, Sun Lingchan smiled and said, "How is it, Fairy Macho? This kid has already won 30 consecutive matches and has become the champion of the 30th floor. Are you still looking down on him? A brat who only knows how to use brute force. What's so great about him?" June Macho said disdainfully. "There's something I have to remind Fairy Macho. This person is best at swordsmanship, not fists." Sun Lingchan said with a smile. "What? Do you mean that he's still hiding his strength?" June Macho could not help but be moved this time. Perhaps. Anyway, I've seen his brilliant sword move. It's really impressive. Moreover, he's only 17 years old. This kind of genius is probably not inferior to you, June Macho. Do you think that he's a genius on the same level as the 7 little saints of Tianhai? June Macho asked with a frown. No, he's at least on the same level as Water Shensi. Among the 7 little saints of Tianhai, only Water Shensi and Xiao Budian can defeat him. The rest of them can't. Sun Lingchan shook her head and said, "You're exaggerating. Then let me see how far he can go. Jun Macho was full of fighting spirit. She would not underestimate Ling Xiao now, but she still did not think that Ling Xiao could be her opponent. But sister, don't you think that this person is a little too arrogant and flamboyant? It's his first time challenging the Hell Pagoda, and he wants to continue fighting. Moreover, every move he makes is so domineering. Hua Hua frowned and asked Sun Lingchan, "Flamboyant?" Sun Lingchan only smiled noncommittally and did not answer. On the stage, Ling Xiao felt a little wronged. In fact, from the beginning of the battle until now, he had not even used 30% of his combat strength. He had only used the power of the Imperial Heaven Earth Queen. At most, he had only used 300 Imperial Heaven Earth Queen. As a matter of fact, his Royal Heaven Earth power had already reached 600 points. Not to mention, his Light Shadow Profound was the most terrifying killing move. The combination of his various martial souls was simply impossible to guard against. And the most powerful martial soul, the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he suppressed all of this and did not use it because there was an even stronger opponent ahead of him. Unfortunately, the audience did not know. They felt that he was too flamboyant. It was really helpless. If he really made a move, even if there were 10 rays, he would definitely kill them instantly. Why would he need to fight like this? In the following battle, Ling Xiao brought an even more shocking side to the audience. From the 30th to the 40th floor, he had used the Imperial Heaven Earth Queen fist with 300 Imperial Heaven Earth Queen. It was simple. He won all the way in a domineering manner. This made everyone in the audience stand dumbfounded. Of course, during this process, Lan Jing, who was originally the 40th floor's champion, had already reached the 60th floor and became the champion of the 60th floor. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not encounter this enemy that he had known before. Lan Jing was an enemy that he had encountered on the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island. However, Lan Jing's cultivation was only at the first level of the yin-yang realm back then. The current Lan Jing was obviously very different from before. He seemed to have been turned into a war puppet by someone. While his strength had skyrocketed, only his consciousness remained. And that was revenge. Lan Jing only knew that he had an enemy called Ling Xiao. He only knew that he had to kill Ling Xiao. He's already the champion of the 40th floor. How much potential does this guy have? He's still fighting one person with one punch? Haha, in every battle, he solves the problem with one punch. I can't tell that he used his inner strength at all. That's why he didn't choose to rest for such a long time, right? However, it's troublesome above the 60th floor. He has to continuously encounter Lan Jing, Ko Xiling, Jun Macho, and Fan Roland. I'm afraid he won't be so lucky. That was what the audience thought. However, they were still looking forward to it. Then, in their anticipation, Ling Xiao used the 400 Imperial Heaven Earth Queen fist with the Imperial Heaven Earth Queen fist to fight his way to the 50th floor and defeated the champion of the 50th floor. The entire process looked so easy. Not even a drop of sweat fell from Ling Xiao's forehead. In the VIP room, Fan Roland's expression turned ugly. Did I really misjudge him? This kid is much stronger than I imagined? Thinking of this, Fan Roland felt uncomfortable in his heart. He couldn't accept that he had made an error in judgment. Chapter 1746. Third Young Master, why are you so nervous? I bet that he won't reach the 70th floor. Don't forget about the 3 people before him. It's an insurmountable gap. Especially Jun Macho, Fairy Macho. Third Young Master, do you think that kid can beat her? The elder in charge of the Hell Tower was high and mighty in front of others, but he was naturally very humble in front of the Fan family's young master. Ha ha ha, you're right. Let's just sit here and watch the show. Fan Roland seemed to be relieved as he laughed. Ling Xiao didn't know what was happening in the VIP room. He was currently calculating the spirit stones he had earned from fighting for so long. From the 1st floor to the 50th floor, the normal income was 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. There were also many special income: 500,000, 400,000, 300,000, 200,000, 100,000, and 10,000. In total, he had earned 51 million mid-grade spirit stones. Until now, he had earned a total of 2 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was much easier than selling pills to earn spirit stones. Not to mention, after the 50th floor, he could choose a special prize for every floor. Ling Xiao chose the Fan family's special delicacy, the 500-year-old ice fire fruit, on the 50th floor. After obtaining it, he ate it immediately. The moment he ate it, he felt the energy in his body jump as if he was about to break through again. The effect is still a little weak. I need another one, and I'll probably be able to break through to the peak of the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. Ling Xiao didn't need to accumulate energy now. This was because his body was constantly accumulating energy. Even the energy absorbed by the blood-soul talisman was constantly entering his body. He only needed to find the opportunity to break through. That kind of bitter cultivation didn't seem to suit him anymore. That was why he kept looking for battles. Only battles could stimulate the potential and energy in his body and awaken the dormant cells. Let the battles be more intense. Ling Xiao had a feeling that there was something in the Hell Tower that was very beneficial to him. The energy that was very compatible with the primordial heavenly demon was definitely not fake. His feeling was very real. The following battles were very easy until he reached the 60th floor. Ling Xiao used 500 Imperial Heaven Queen of Earth powers and fought his way to the 60th level, where he encountered the blue whale. Currently, Lan Jing's cultivation base was at the peak of the 7th level of yin-yang realm. This made Ling Xiao very confused. After all, this person's cultivation was only at the 1st level of the yin-yang realm when he fought against him on the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. After careful observation, he discovered that the blue whale was no longer human-like from the inside out. This was the result of the fusion of a 7th level yin-yang realm demonic beast and a martial artist. Seeing the confrontation between Ling Xiao and the blue whale, Fan Roland smiled as he sipped his tea. Judging from the current situation, Ling Xiao's cultivation base is probably at the 4th level of the yin-yang stage at most. However, this fellow possesses brute force and can challenge those of a higher level. He was definitely a genius. However, it's a pity that he's facing a 7th level yin-yang realm blue whale. Moreover, it's a killing machine with only the desire for revenge. Third young master is right. Even if Ling Xiao wins by luck, he'll consume a lot of energy. Even if he drinks the recovery wine, he won't be able to recover in a short time. Therefore, he'll have to announce that he'll stop the challenge. Otherwise, he'll definitely lose in the next battle and won't even be able to reach Ko Xilin's level. The Hell Tower manager said with a smile, it looks like he's in the bag. It's already a miracle for a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent to reach the 60th floor. We definitely can't let him continue to be arrogant. Otherwise, the White Tiger continent's martial artists will lose face. Fan Ruolan nodded and said with a smile. Fan Ruohai did not look at his third brother. He only looked at the arena outside the window. Ling Xiao's performance had refreshed his expectations again and again. He wanted to rope this person in more and more now. Even if it was for this person, he would not hesitate to give away his most beloved maidservant, Mu Wanshuang. However, whether Ling Xiao had the qualifications to do so, he still had to wait and see. At the very least, Ling Xiao had to be stronger than Mu Wanshuang to be qualified to get Mu Wanshuang. Otherwise, what right did he have? The battle on the 60th floor soon kicked off. Many people had prepared snacks and were ready to watch a wonderful battle. Because in everyone's opinion, Ling Xiao would not be able to defeat Lan Jing as easily as he did in the previous battles. At the very least, he would have to fight for 500 to 600 rounds. If there were no snacks to accompany him, it would be too boring. However, as soon as the battle began, everyone who had just eaten a mouthful of snacks spat them out. Damn it! How could he toy with people like this? And it was only one move. Ling Xiao defeated Lan Jing more easily than he had defeated any other martial artist before. Because this kind of fused monster had two obvious flaws. It was impossible for it to escape his Tai Chi eye. Once he found a flaw, he moved in front of Lan Jing in a flash and punched out. The battle ended just like that. You are persistent enough to take revenge. Although I don't know who transformed you into this ghost, I think only death can set you free. Ling Xiao sighed. The hatred on the fairy island of the Sacred Dynasty was actually not that serious. So this time, instead of saying that he wanted to kill Lan Jing, It was better to say that he wanted to set this guy free. It was really painful to live like this every day, neither a human nor a ghost. Because Ling Xiao had killed Lan Jing with one punch, the audience fell into a short silence. After a while, it exploded like a volcano eruption. However, more people were cursing Ling Xiao than cheering for Ling Xiao. It was still the same sentence as before. The martial artists of the White Tiger continent really did not want to see the martial artists of the Dragon Phoenix continent so complacent in the Hell Tower. I didn't expect this guy to defeat Lan Jing so easily. Yeah, this year, only Ko Xiling and Jun Macho can reach the 60th floor. All the other champions have successfully defended their title before. Could it be that this Ling Xiao is actually a powerful existence like Ko Xiling and Jun Macho? Why think so much now? Anyway, Ling Xiao will soon face Ko Xiling. The battle between these two will tell us whether Ling Xiao has the ability to be on par with Ko Xiling and Jun Macho. I think Ling Xiao may not be able to meet Ko Xiling. After the 60th floor, each opponent is stronger than the last. It's not that I look down on him, but it's really difficult. That's right. After all, this kid is just a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent. How strong can he be? I don't believe it. You don't believe it, but I do. I think he is stronger than Ko Xiling. There was also a debate in the audience, and this debate would probably continue until Ling Xiao was defeated. Some people bet that Ling Xiao would win, and some people bet that Ling Xiao would lose. This was the fun of the competition. Chapter 1747. Usually, the number of spectators would dwindle from the 60th floor onwards because the fees were higher and many martial artists could not afford it. However, this time, Ling Xiao's appearance caused an uproar in the underground world. Countless martial artists swarmed into the Hell Tower to see how far Ling Xiao could go. Of course, there was no lack of rich people among these people. After defeating Lan Jing, the arena masters did not intend to challenge him because the other high-level martial artists did not intend to challenge him. After resting for less than 5 minutes, Ling Xiao proposed to continue the challenge. Time was extremely precious to him, and he did not want to waste it. During these 5 minutes, Ling Xiao ate an 800-year-old ice fire fruit. Unfortunately, his cultivation did not break through this time. After all, if he broke through from the peak of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he would be at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. This was a very obvious gap, and it would not be easy for Ling Xiao to cross it. However, the 800-year-old ice fire fruit had a certain effect. He could feel that the barrier to the breakthrough was loosening. What he needed to do next was battle. He needed to use the battle to loosen the barrier and finally break through it. Although the 5-minute break was very short, no one objected to it. Especially the people in the Hell Tower, they were very happy. After all, the spectators would cause trouble if there was no show to watch. From the 60th floor to the 68th floor, Ling Xiao's battle did not seem to be any different from before. He was still as relaxed as before, and there were no obstacles to speak of. One punch. From beginning to end, it was only one punch. However, only Ling Xiao knew that if he wanted to defeat his opponent now, he would have to use all of his imperial heaven-earth power. If his opponent was stronger, he would have to use the light and shadow profound meaning. Of course, he was not afraid because of this. The stronger the opponent, the greater the stimulation to him, and the greater the help it would provide him. The 68th floor. The arena master is Ko Xiling. It will be difficult for Ling Xiao to encounter Ko Xiling. Although Ko Xiling lost to Jun Macho, it was only a narrow defeat. I heard that his cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. That's right. Ling Xiao's good luck ends here. That's right. Moreover, even if Ling Xiao miraculously defeats Ko Xiling, he will definitely be defeated by Jun Macho. Don't tell me he is going to finish off Ko Xiling with one punch again? That's impossible. Do you really think Ko Xiling is a good-for-nothing like Lan Jing? Ling Xiao had already appeared in the arena, standing opposite Ko Xiling. Whoosh! This time, Ling Xiao waved his hand and a long sword from the weapon rack fell into his hand. It was still convenient to use. It was just a little light, but it was still passable. Ko Xiling used a saber. Sabers and swords were both very powerful weapons. As for which one was stronger, It all depended on the ability of the user. Your performance was very exciting. I hope that you won't disappoint me in this battle. Ko Xiling rested his broadsword on his shoulder and looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. Whether the battle is exciting or not depends on your strength. Make your move. Ko Xiling was at peak Yin Yang Realm Stage 8. He was indeed not the kind of enemy that could be killed in one move. Hence, Ling Xiao decided to use a sword. He also wanted to see Ko Xiling's saber technique. Although there was a huge difference between a sword and a saber, there were many similarities. Perhaps he could comprehend something of his own from another person's saber technique. Raging lightning seals the sky. Ko Xiling brandished his broadsword and used an extremely powerful jade-grade saber technique. When Ko Xiling executed Raging Lightning Seals the Sky, it was even stronger than when he fought Jun Macho. It looked like Ko Xiling knew that he was not Jun Macho's match, so he did not use his full strength. Now that he met Ling Xiao, he was prepared to use his full strength. Raging lightning struck down from the sky, and the saber chi stirred up bolts of lightning as it charged at Ling Xiao. It was so dazzling that it was difficult to discern the situation. Boom! The lightning bolts exploded, and the saber chi collapsed. Ling Xiao, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, still stood firmly in place. His sword only moved slightly, and all of Ko Xiling's attacks suddenly turned into nothingness and were completely shattered. What? Ko Xiling was clearly stunned. He knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but he still did not expect that his move would not be able to injure Ling Xiao in the slightest. This made him feel a little depressed. Again. Lightning Flash Movie. Ko Xiling roared. He suddenly jumped up and chopped down with his saber. In the sky, countless lightning bolts struck down, and the movie flickered. Under the illumination of the lights, it looked particularly beautiful, but also terrifying. There was no room to dodge this saber. It almost completely enveloped Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao still only waved his sword indifferently. The sword intent broke through the sky as if it was real, and directly destroyed the terrifying lightning flash movie. Ling Xiao did not take the initiative to attack Ko Xiling. Otherwise, once he stabbed out with his sword, Ko Xiling would probably be very flustered. Brother Ko, your attack can't hurt me at all. It's better if you use your full strength. Otherwise, your next move will determine the outcome. Ling Xiao glanced at Ko Xiling indifferently. Although his words were unpleasant, they were proof of his great strength. Ko Xiling took a deep breath. Suddenly he laughed. He was 19 years old this year, and his cultivation had reached the peak of Yin Yang Realm Level 8. He thought that his talent was unrivaled in the world. However, today, he met a freak. This person's cultivation was clearly lower than his, but he could make him go crazy. He was not angry. He just felt a little helpless and a little disappointed. All right, since you asked for it, I'll use my strongest move. The outcome will be decided here. Ko Xiling gritted his teeth and waved the saber in his hand. Terrifying yin-yang origin energy was released from his body, and it turned into shocking electric currents in the air. Then, the phantom of a monster bathed in lightning appeared behind him. This monster was not big, or rather, it was very small. It was only about a foot long, but no one dared to underestimate it. Lightning Martin Martial Spirit? Ling Xiao was stunned. It was said that in ancient times, one of the 12 immortals was good at controlling beasts. His best treasure was the Lightning Martin. It was a kind of monster that was very fast and could control lightning. Ko Xiling's martial spirit looked obedient, but in fact, it was very powerful. Under Ling Xiao's strong pressure, Ko Xiling finally summoned his martial spirit, which he had not used all this time. That guy favors one and discriminates against the other. He didn't use his martial spirit to deal with me, but he used his martial spirit to deal with Ling Xiao? Jun Macho said unhappily. Sunling Chan said with a smile, he knows that he is not your match, and you deliberately did not reveal your strength. Instead, you played with him. Why did he use his full strength? I'm afraid this is the difference between respect and disrespect between martial artists. Humph, you know that if I want to defeat this Ko Xiling, I don't need one move to solve the problem. Jun Macho said proudly. Chapter 1748. The reason why Jun Macho fought with Ko Xiling for such a long time was because she did not want to expose her strength. After all, she still had to face the stronger Fan Ruolin. She did not want to expose all her cards. But now, facing Ling Xiao on the battlefield, Ko Xiling had to use all his strength. He even used his martial spirit. Ko Xiling was really helpless. Before he fought with Ling Xiao, he thought that he would be able to win this battle. But once they fought, he understood that his opponent had completely controlled the battle from the beginning. Every sword move of his opponent seemed simple and direct, as if it was a casual attack. But it was this casual attack that was even more frightening. A casual attack could accurately grasp his flaw and crush his attack. Moreover, it was obvious that his opponent had the opportunity to pursue him. His opponent did not pursue him. He probably just wanted to see what his strongest strength was. Thinking of this, Ko Xiling could not help but feel a little sad. He could be considered a genius of his generation, but he had encountered such a freak. It was like a cunning fox meeting a natural hunter. No matter how cunning he was completely restrained. He had never felt this way, even when facing Jun Macho. But in front of Ling Xiao, it was so clear. It was really not a good feeling. Therefore, after 2 moves, he did not hesitate to use his martial spirit, because it was his only trump card that could turn defeat into victory. With the appearance of the Lightning Marten martial spirit, the power of each of Ko Xiling's moves increased substantially. The whole arena was filled with the illusion of the Lightning Marten. Under the bombardment of the terrifying lightning sword chi, the entire arena was constantly emitting explosive sounds, like a violent storm. Not bad. Facing Ko Xiling's attack, Ling Xiao actually smiled slightly, and then slowly raised the long sword in his hand. In that instant, his body seemed to turn into a luminous body, emitting a blazing and dazzling light. The warriors in the audience closed their eyes because of this, temporarily losing their vision. Ko Xiling did not dare to close his eyes, because he knew that once he closed his eyes, he would probably lose. He squinted his eyes and vaguely saw a huge golden crow form in front of Ling Xiao. It was the golden crow formed by the sword chi, swift and fierce and terrifying. Golden crow rising sun. The sword chi finally burst out. The lightning mink's welcome on the arena was swept away. The terrifying golden crows covered the entire battle ring. Ko Xiling had no choice but to repeatedly retreat, frequently dodging, and then he used his lightning sable martial spirit to protect himself. Even so, the terrifying heat of the golden crow still burned many parts of his body. That piercing pain made him frightened and incredulous. How can he be so strong? How could such a casual sword strike completely suppress me? How much strength is this guy hiding? By this time, Ko Xiling no longer had the courage to continue fighting. His opponent was too strong. Even if he summoned his martial spirit, he would not be able to win. Under such circumstances, it would be foolish of him to continue fighting. I lost. Ko Xiling smiled wryly and shook his head. Although his opponent had only used this one move, he had already felt proud of his own shortcomings. The people in the audience were not at all surprised by his admission of defeat, because Ling Xiao was too strong. Ko Xiling's attack did not have any effect on him, while his attack completely crushed Ko Xiling. They were simply on 2 different levels of martial artists. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. You can clearly see your own strength. This is much stronger than some people. Your talent is very good. Don't be discouraged. After all, I really can't think of anyone with better talent than me. Ling Xiao's words were a little arrogant, but that was the truth. His talent was definitely one of the best in the entire mystic world, not to mention in this insignificant white tiger continent. Ko Xiling smiled bitterly. Others might think that Ling Xiao was blowing his own trumpet, but he felt that this guy was telling the truth. One must know that when fighting with opponents with weaker cultivation than him, Ko Xiling had always solved the problem with one slash. But this time, he had lost completely. He did not even have the chance to counterattack. In the VIP room, Fan Ruolin's hands gripped the teacup tightly. He did not realize that the teacup had been crushed. His shocked eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao in the arena. This guy. He felt that he might have underestimated this guy. In the other VIP room, Jun Macho's breathing was also rapid. He was obviously excited. Good boy. Such a strong opponent. My trip to the Tianhai Empire was not in vain, Jun Macho said excitedly. At this time, everyone in the audience was stunned. This scene made them speechless. Ko Xiling, whom everyone had high hopes for, was unexpectedly defeated so easily by Ling Xiao's hands. Was this Ling Xiao really a 17-year-old youngster? It was hard to understand. It was inconceivable. After Ko Xiling admitted defeat, he cupped his hands and said, "Sir, how much of your strength did you use in that sword strike?" He had always wanted to ask this question, because he felt an aura more terrifying than Jun Macho's from Ling Xiao. This was something that others could not give him. This person exuded a kind of horror that could destroy everything. It made people tremble and feel at a loss. I can only tell you that that was not my full strength. As for my full strength, you will definitely see it later. Ling Xiao glanced at Ko Xiling and said with a smile, "I see. I understand." It was obvious that in Ko Xiling's opinion, Ling Xiao was giving him face. This was because if he really had to answer, it might be a huge blow to Ko Xiling's confidence. After the battle ended, Ling Xiao was given 10 minutes to rest. He was arranged to rest in a separate VIP room. After drinking the recovery medicinal wine, Ling Xiao directly ate the medium-grade spirit stones in big mouthfuls. At the same time, he was also absorbing the remaining energy of the ice fire grass in the immortal pot. He actually wanted to try to break through during the battle. This was because his next opponent was Jun Macho, one of the 7 sons of Jingyi school. In Ling Xiao's opinion, Jun Macho's strength was on par with water gods. If he did not advance to the 7th level of Yin-Yang realm, it would be difficult for him to be Jun Macho's opponent. Therefore, the breakthrough this time was necessary. Fortunately, his cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the 6th level of Yin-Yang realm. Coupled with the large amount of medium-grade spirit stones he won this time, and the remaining energy of the ice fire grass in the immortal pot, there was a breakthrough. It should not be a problem for him to break through. However, when he was resting this time, there was a small interlude in the arena. Jun Macho seemed to have comprehended something after watching the battle between Ling Xiao and Ko Xiling, and his battle intent was high. He actually chose to challenge Fan Rolin on the 70th floor because Ko Xiling did not challenge him for a long time. Therefore, Fan Rolin was defeated by Jun Macho. He fell to the 69th floor. Jun Macho became the champion of the 70th floor. Fan Rolin had a belly full of anger, and his eyes were fixed on the VIP room where Ling Xiao was. Chapter 1749. 10 minutes later, Fan Rolin was extremely angry. "Ling Xiao, get the hell out here!" He actually roared. He couldn't beat Jun Macho, so he vented his anger on Ling Xiao. "Third young master, you should recover your strength first. He has at most 20 minutes to come out, or else he'll forfeit." Seeing Fan Rolin so angry, the Hell Tower administrator felt helpless and hurriedly advised him. Fan Rolin clenched his teeth. He really did need to recover. Otherwise, if he lost to Ling Xiao because of his lack of strength, that would be even more unsightly. Thinking of this, he calmed down. Another 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, a loud sound came from Ling Xiao's VIP room. Then, the entire VIP room exploded. Ling Xiao slowly walked out and stepped onto the 69th floor of the Hell Tower. He indifferently looked at Fan Rolin, who had already recovered to his peak state, and coldly said, "Just now, you told me to get the hell out here?" "Correct. So what?" Fan Rolin didn't think that Ling Xiao would dare to question him. He was simply too daring. "So what?" Fan family's eldest young master Fan Ruahai is refined and courteous, but you, the 3rd young master, lack discipline. Today, I'll properly discipline you on behalf of your family. When these words came out, the entire audience was deathly silent, because no one thought that Ling Xiao would dare to say such words to Fan Rolin. His guts were really big. Ha ha ha. In the VIP room, Sun Lingchan and Jun Macho couldn't help but laugh. This Ling Xiao really didn't take Fan Rolin seriously. Fan Rolin was so angry that his face turned red. But after a short moment, he finally took a deep breath and looked at Ling Xiao. "Good kid. You're the first person who dares to speak to me like that." Even heavenly sea tyranny doesn't dare to be so impudent. Then I'm very honored. Ling Xiao lightly laughed. Looking at your mischievous smile, this young master is very angry. Today, this young master must teach you how to behave in this Sky Sea City. Fan Roland said coldly, if that's all you've shown, then you should admit defeat. Otherwise, you won't be able to put on such an arrogant expression later. At that time, you will be like a wretched dog. His cultivation base was stronger than Ko Xiling's. He had already reached the peak of Yin Yang Realm 9th tier and could even fight against the Yin Yang Realm 10th tier martial artist. On top of that, their Fan family's martial art was much more formidable than Ko Xiling's. Therefore, in his opinion, by relying on the advantages of cultivation and martial arts, coupled with the powerful martial souls of the Fan family, they would be able to defeat the Fan family. Not to mention defeating him, even killing this Ling Xiao should be a piece of cake. You talk too much nonsense. Make your move. Let me see exactly how you're going to turn me into a miserable dog. Ling Xiao looked at Fan Roland indifferently. He did not understand Fan Roland's fighting style, so he planned to let his opponent make the first move. Then, he would use his Tai Chi Eye to seize the opportunity to defeat his opponent. To him, gaining the upper hand after striking was a good fighting style. All right, then take my demonic repelling sword. Fan Roland raised his hand, and a treasured sword from the weapon rack fell into his hand. Then, he took a step forward and shook the treasured sword in his hand. Sword chi wreaked havoc, and the space seemed to be cut into pieces by the sword chi. At that moment, many people were hallucinating. They could not see where the sword chi came from. They could only see countless demonic shadows attacking. How can we fight like this? It's impossible to tell what's real and what's fake. My mind is filled with demonic shadows. If I really go up against Third Young Master Fan, I'll be dead for sure. Third Young Master Fan is best at incorporating soul secret techniques into his sword technique. The most terrifying thing about this demonic repelling sword is that it can affect the opponent's mind. Even Jun Macho suffered a little from it. Ordinary martial artists can't gain any advantage against him. They might not even be able to unleash their full strength. Not everyone in the audience was mediocre. They could also see how powerful Fan Roland was. What a boring sword technique. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Excluding the influence of soul power, Fan Roland's sword was not even as powerful as Ko Xiling's attack. Was Ling Xiao the kind of person who would be affected by his opponent's soul secret technique? Fan Roland's cultivation was higher than his, but the difference in soul power was too great. They were not on the same level at all. After saying that, Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword. The sword was not very powerful, and the scene was not shocking, but it happened to pierce the weakest part of the demonic repelling sword. The demonic repelling sword was instantly broken. What? Fan Roland was shocked. This move was actually not his strongest move. He had only used it to test Ling Xiao's strength. But this test was too surprising. His opponent did not fall for it at all. His soul secret technique was completely useless. But my ability is not limited to soul secret techniques. I've already used my true killing move. After frowning, Fan Roland suddenly revealed a sinister smile. As he laughed sinisterly, he actually retreated to his original position, as if he was no longer attacking. Ling Xiao did not care about what Fang Xingjian was thinking. He merely pressed forward, thrusting out his long sword incessantly. He only used the simplest moves, not even using the light and shadow profoundness. He only used the powers of the 600 Royal Heaven Empress Earth to fight against Fang Xingjian. He did not immediately use his killing move because he was worried that Fan Roland might have other trump cards. After all, Fan Roland had not released his martial soul when the battle started. What was the Fan family's martial soul? The outside world kept it a secret. This was a very strange thing. After all, the Fan family was a large family. Someone must have seen the Fan family's martial soul. Why did no one know? Ling Xiao had been thinking about this question. So, when he attacked, he did his best to hold back and did not use his killing move completely. In a short while, the two had exchanged several blows. Buzz. Suddenly, Ling Xiao heard a strange sound. This sound was like the sound of zither strings. Many people would probably find it strange after hearing it, but they would not take it seriously. After all, this was the Hell Pagoda. There were so many people in the audience seats. It was not possible to take it seriously if someone made a sound out of boredom. But this was where the problem usually came from. Ling Xiao would not let go of any strange things. But he could not pinpoint where this sound came from. So, at the crucial moment, he swapped his body with his Gemini martial soul. Although such a swap could be done at any time, it would consume a large amount of inner strength every time. So, unless he had no choice, Ling Xiao would not do this. He made such a decision because he could not figure out Fan Roland's characteristics. Anyway, he had plenty of pills to recover inner strength. Just as he swapped bodies, a voice rang out. His Gemini martial soul exploded and turned into fragments that scattered on the ground. Chapter 1750. The scene of Ling Xiao's body shattering made everyone tremble in fear, and they were all dumbfounded. Ha ha, ha ha ha, idiot. I told you that you wouldn't survive if you met me. Fan Roland couldn't help but laugh when he saw Ling Xiao die. He seemed to be in a good mood. Interesting. Your Fan family's martial soul is actually a musical instrument. That's a rare martial soul. Ling Xiao had seen a musical instrument martial soul before when he was in Yuehua school. However, the martial soul he saw at that time couldn't unleash its full power because the martial artist was too weak. Unlike now, Fan Roland's martial soul could release a terrifying sound wave that was enough to kill enemies. It was impossible to guard against. Hearing Ling Xiao's voice, Fan Roland's face became extremely funny. As if he had seen a ghost, he suddenly turned around and looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing there unharmed. Are you a human or a ghost? Nonsense. Of course I'm human. I've always been puzzled. How could a big family like your Fan family not have a martial spirit known to outsiders? Now it seems like it's really easy to hide such a martial spirit. Unfortunately, you can't hide it from my eyes. Only Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye could see through the surface and see the essence. Only then could he see what Fan Roland's real killing move was. Well, since you've seen through it, I don't need to hide it anymore. As Fan Roland spoke, the shadow of a Guzheng appeared behind him. The Guzheng was antique and looked quite beautiful. It was covered with special patterns as if a soul was residing in it. It was really magical. Guzheng Demon Strike. The moment he showed his martial soul, terrifying music came at the same time. This time, Fan Roland soared into the air. Following the release of the music, the entire arena exploded with a loud bang. Although it wasn't completely destroyed because of the special material of the arena, it was full of holes and was beyond recognition. Change the arena, the host shouted, and a brand new ring was brought up. Both of them are terrifying. No matter who it is, we are no match for them. That's right. It's simply a battle of wits and strength. Both of them are too strange. If it were us, we probably wouldn't survive a single round, right? A meeting? I don't think I can even last half a round. Youngsters nowadays are really too frightening. I reckon that there will be even more jaw-dropping battles in this White Tiger Storm meet. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Yeah, and this is just Third Master Fan. I wonder how strong the 4 heroes of Tianhai are. Everyone was excited. From the beginning, they were completely hostile to Ling Xiao, but now, they actually felt some admiration for Ling Xiao. After all, the profound world was a place where strength mattered. Whoever was stronger would have more authority. Ling Xiao's ability was truly admirable. Naturally, they wouldn't be completely one-sided in their insults. Living in this era, they were able to witness a battle between geniuses. In fact, their lives weren't in vain. The great waves washed away the sand, and it was hard to say how many of these so-called geniuses would truly survive and perform miracles. The arena was changed, and it was a better one at that. It was full of array patterns, clearly designed to deal with the powerful attacks of these two. Ling Xiao gradually saw through Fan Roland's path. Wisps of black chi began to emerge from the long sword in his hand. At this moment, he didn't plan on wasting any more time. Fan Roland could clearly feel the battle intent and killing intent that filled Ling Xiao's entire body. He also wanted to fight his most beautiful battle. If he could eliminate Ling Xiao in this battle, he would rise to a new level. He might even be able to defeat Jun Macho. However, If he lost, he would not only become a laughingstock, but he would also be dispirited for a long time. It might even affect the battle at the White Tiger Storm meet. Ling Xiao, come, use your strongest move. In this battle, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Fan Ruolin roared loudly. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh inwardly. With Fan Ruolin's strength, he really wasn't qualified to make him use his full strength. Not to mention Fan Ruolin, even Jun Macho wasn't worthy of him using his full strength. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand was condensing a terrifying black energy. Behind him was the pitch-black curtain of night. A dark demonic sword hung above his head. Then, he actually threw away the long sword in his hand and directly grabbed the dark demonic sword. Looking at Fan Ruolin, using the dark demonic sword to deal with Fan Ruolin was really a bit of a waste. However, it was necessary to hone one's battle skills in such a battle, so Ling Xiao still wanted to use it. Moreover, the dark demonic sword had different powers to deal with Fan Ruolin in front of him. The first move of the demonic world destruction art could solve the problem. When the dark demonic sword appeared, the entire arena suddenly became eerie and terrifying, as if some demonic creature had descended. Ling Xiao was stunned, because he could clearly feel that something in the Hell Pagoda was calling out to him. This energy was very similar to the primordial divine demon, but there were some differences. However, it was definitely pure dark energy, the esoteric shadow. Forget it, don't think so much. After the battle in front of me, I'll think about other things. Ling Xiao shook his head and looked at Fan Ruolin again. At this moment, Fan Ruolin was floating in midair, and there was a guzheng in his hand. If one looked closely, they would realize that the guzheng wasn't real, but was formed by his martial soul. Slaughter's Symphony, play. As Fan Ruolin's voice rang out, a somber melody was released from the guzheng, which gradually filled the entire arena. One could vaguely feel as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses fighting, which made one's heart tremble with fear. Dark Demonic Sword, Body Destruction. The dark demonic sword in Ling Xiao's hand had already stabbed out. Terrifying black sword chi spewed out of the dark demonic sword like a fountain, with his body as the center, rapidly spreading in all directions. The entire 69th floor was almost completely filled with that black sword chi. Chi. Fan Ruolin's figure flashed, constantly dodging Ling Xiao's attacks, and at the same time, urging the symphony. At this moment, he was already battered and exhausted, and the clothes on his body were already in tatters, and they were already stained with blood. He looked very miserable. However, his face revealed the smile of a victor. Explode. Slaughter's Symphony. In that instant, all the musical notes on the arena exploded at the same time, and the arena instantly turned into a terrifying battlefield. People could even see thousands of soldiers and horses charging toward Ling Xiao, wanting to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. It's useless. Your strength is too weak. Ling Xiao was still standing there, and the dark demonic sword in his hand suddenly danced. The sword chi that was originally released all gathered together in an instant, forming a huge black sword. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.